Wow! Now, dear manager, you must manage. I start with chairman of council. I come with to Dr. Matthew Nasuna, my colleague there. I go there, here, and there, and that's it. Please, let's go by that.
Chairperson of Small Scale Industries. To answer your question, why they are not serious, is that once they are in class, what they are using now is computer numeric control as machines. And for you, you are on the antique. So they've gone digital. The earlier you go digital, so then they will pick from you. Now, NDP3, depending on the economy, we shall not accomplish even 50% of the program, bearing in mind the economic situation. How do you think the micro, small scale enterprise will survive? I presume many will run low capital and purchase power will not be there. The PDM project, what do you call it? PDM, Parish Development Model, seems not to be moving on well because the executors below have not been taught properly. Remember, we had Ntandikwa, we had Bonaba Gagawale, we had Myoga, now it's PDM. Let us go down, teach these very people. Let us not stay in the offices. Mr. Guapos, I don't know how you can embed this one with the people who are going to do census, in that as the others move to count the other one, to count the people, whether agriculture or cattle or people and so housing, let there be a team that is going to approach these people and teach them, because at that time when you are carrying out census, everybody is at home. So we shall be attentive and maybe learn from there. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I'll come back to the panelists to wind up the discussion a minute each. I'll now go to Dr. Karubanga, and then I go to Dr. Nasuna, then I go there, I go there, I go there, and yes, I will end with engineer here. Briefly, members, please. In the
Thank you, Professor, for the wonderful presentation and your team. We are proud of you for that. And also to our guests that have made the contributions. I have about 2-3 comments. And one of them is in regard to your analysis on the fact that these micro and small businesses do not die. You challenged the existing assertion in the literature, and you say they don't die. But as you explained, I was taken up by part of my mind thinking as to why they do not die. And yesterday, something arose here when you're debating something on real estate. And actually, the idea is that some of these businesses survive on sources or resources that they do not know where it comes from. And some of them can know, but it's not related to what they are doing. In terms of accounting and finance, it is understood that probably for a business venture to be surviving healthy in health terms, it should be able to reinvest what it generates as in form of profit. However, with these small and micro enterprise or ventures, it is very hard for them to make a profit. However, they can always think on alternative sources. Some of them, we have seen many working in Kampala. They go to rural areas, sell their properties, they come and make sure they continue. Others have had the scandals and so many things. Others get from relatives and friends getting money, not alone, but just to make sure they have something to put in to survive.
Okay.
So then the other comment was
briefly, please.
Yes, the other one is very brief. The other one is what you mentioned on the fact that some of these people that had these ventures had roles in the society. We talked about cultural, religious, political, and so on. My thinking was, wouldn't you think this influenced in one way or the other in terms of how they could access resources they needed to get into ventures? You may think about that. And lastly, it is now probably tying us with the government. it is in line with the conclusion that we just made. Actually, when I looked at your statistics, it is over 70% of these venture owners and operators that do not have beyond senior 6 education. My comment is, would this lead us into a diversion in policy setting and probably prioritizing inside of the government when sponsoring? Because this would mean that probably these are...
Okay, I think you have to wind up at that,
Yes,
Dr. Martin.
this could be like these people left education, they didn't have money, and something like that. So could it lead us in a more of a relationship as academic institutions to have programs which could be put on scholarship and basically targeting those people to advance the education, so that they don't take it as the only alternative of survival?
Okay, I
but
think,
rather the formal setting. Thank you
that
so much.
point is gotten, and we shall flash it back to finance. At least you have agreed with us that they survive. How they survive, we gave the ecosystem. They don't have rate on return, they don't have net value, but they survive beyond the ordinary SMEs. Yes, Dr. Nasuna. Then we go up and we wind up. Briefly, members, put the point.
Yeah, thank you so much, Professor Bajire and discussants. Thank you for the insights. I have some 2 questions to you as the authors of the paper, and then my other question will go to the commissioner from the Ministry of Finance. To your work, I need more clarification on the conceptualization of the micro, because you noted that research has not concentrated on this, but I have been involved in studies that have actually looked at MSMEs. And if you look at the growth of knowledge, at one time it was SMEs and it was expanded to MSMEs. Maybe you need to make this clear in your study, because maybe you focused and done an in-depth on micro, but there are various studies and many studies, as our colleague from Katwe mentioned, that have focused on MSMEs. So you need to align that. Then I wanted to ask you, why do you think there is no growth from micro? Because for the country to grow, we need to see growth from micro, from growth to medium, and then we go into large enterprises. So as you're looking at these factors, there are things you can't ignore, like the ethical issues. You gave an example of the hawkers. They sell you something, and then tomorrow it is not usable. I think that's not good for us as a country. We need to address this. So those are the few things. I have others. I'll catch up with you. Then to our colleague from the Ministry of Finance, the Commissioner, about the parish development model. If you look at their work, where they presented the types of businesses, where we have personal ventures, family ventures, and community ventures. I don't know if PDM can take this into consideration, because there is the culture of Ugandans. Most of them want to do things individually, and here you are forcing them to go into groups because they show that the majority were in personal ventures. Can you consider this into when you're remodeling the PDM or trying to improve it? And then also
I think we put
the
it
last
at that
one,
verse,
the last
yes.
one, the issue of the urban-rural divide is very important, even in your study, even for the approaches, because as highlighted, there are various differences. Thank you very much, and thanks to the panelists.
Okay, thank you very much. You put insights in our work. We shall extend there. The microphone goes there, and we wind up. And then we shall have a minute to close the discussion.
First of all,
IT check for me if there are some questions online, and ask them to type the comments online.
my name is Dr. Gerard Ndaula, and my doctorate was in the area of SMEs, in the issue of talent management. And that's where I'm coming from. And actually, we suffer from what I call IBM syndrome. When we're discussing, we tend to put a lot of our mindset in structures. These people are transiting, and therefore structures are not of any paramount importance because they are transiting. And secondly, I want to answer the issue to try to give you an insight about how they operate. They don't look about certificates and qualifications. they are run on talent. And there's a very big difference between talent and qualification. Nalongo at Katwe had the talent of cooking or wombo, and there's no university which trains that. And you know, that's the most important thing. They survive on talent and they survive on transiting. Their findings on top. I agree with that. And therefore, what is the biggest challenge we have with SMEs is that people who are supposed to support them come from a different school. They come from IBM structures. Because they come from there, they don't appreciate the social dynamics of what they are trying to support. That's why Entanduka failed. And I can assure you, with the same modeling, I know everybody knows where this project is going.
Okay, Dr. Andaura.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll go to Dr. Matire from Pretoria. Let's start. Okay, since you have the mic. And then I go to Dr. Matire from Pretoria.
Thank you, Professor. My question goes to you, who wrote the paper, and your team. Thank you for the good work. I want to know if you included a certain category of people in this country in everyone's home called maids, house helps. Who is thinking about these people? They provide a lot of services. They're in everyone's home, almost. They're a big group of people. Were they included in your study? If not, is it okay if you make an extension? What is government's plan for these people? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. As the mic goes, we answer that. We did not include the service of maids in the homes, simply because in research at times we look at researchability and ease of access of the data. So it would have been difficult for us to access the data. There's an association of maids. I don't know what time they meet. So when you people are here, the maids are meeting in the association. Okay, we proceed.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, presenter, with a good presentation. Thank you, panelists. I think the data looks very good, but however, I want to understand two things from the presenter and one question to the panelists. One question is your research is focusing on MSE, which is micro and small enterprises versus the MSE. What? Right. So I want to understand the difference between the S in your study with the S in the normal SME that we know. What's the difference between the two? The other question is, you mentioned that what these micro enterprises are good at is customer service. But when you go into what they need for support, is they need to know how to deal with customers. That's a bit of a contradiction there because I don't understand. But again, Baba, thank you, because my understanding is in the micro enterprise space, women are the leading in that. So I was surprised with the sample size. However, in that space, my question goes to the panelists now. As we know that women, when you fund or train a woman, you train a community. So what is the government doing to support and to also help accelerate the women enterprises in the country? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think you have a technical question which we discussed at one time when we were developing. The mic is coming to Engineer Dick here. While the mic comes, we discussed at one time with my colleagues, do we say micro only or we say small? So she's asking us a technical question. Where do we put the small in the semis and the small in our micro? That's very technical. We shall look at the data again, and if possible, we can always, this is validation. You can always say, no, we only looked at what? Micro, and forget about the small, which are confused with SMEs. Thank you very much. That's very good for us. The last question is here, then we look at the people in line. I come back to the panelists a minute, and we hand back over to Madam Junia.
Thank you very much, Professor. My name is Dr. Engineer Dick Trinawe, and my focus is on the survival ecosystem that we came up with. And the main issues, attributes of interest, are issues of law. You said you have law ethics, no standards, They claim they have no government support and they have very low skills in financial management. Now, given the way things work, and you heard from the government side, you know, when the government gives money, there's a latent interest. That is taxes. It's not the one-way traffic. And for government to be able to get those taxes, there must be a way of finding or reaching the person or the entity that received the money. That requires structures, requires accounts, requires all sorts of things. Which means if this is the picture we have painted out there, these people can never be supported by those monies that come out. No wonder you mentioned the billions are never accessed. I'll give you an example. I'm a tea grower, and one time I talked to my colleague, the PSST, and he told me there's money in the, I think, development bank or something. But to get that money is almost impossible because of the requirements. So when you say these people have no standards, they have no financial skills, they have no ethics, there is a disconnect. They can never be supported. And therefore, there is a need for the government side or these people that were mentioned and this group to find a way of connecting, whereby maybe the structures, the connective arrangement is scaled down or is brought to, is domesticated.
Okay, yes.
Those structures. So that's what I thought.
I think that's very important for policy people, right?
Thank you very much.
From the commissioners up to the district commercial officers, that the government is framework. And some of these things of government, how to sign to get money, are developed by we academicians from your World Bank and whatever. Good enough this afternoon you have someone from UNDP, and these things will get down there. We must be able to see the semi-down, the micro, and see how it fits into that. Because people who designed those forms do not know there's that disconnect, as you said. And I think I mentioned it. Now we shall go to the people online and then we wind up the discussion. Please, IT, enable Mr. Basulira Gonzaga and then Bob Sekizevu, and then we check on the chat to be able to. Mr. Gonzaga Basulira, please give your comment, and then we shall go to Bob Sekizevu.
Yes, hello. Yes, thank you so much, Professor. I thank the team for the wonderful study, and we thank the study. I'd like to stress the issue of internship, and I say, you know, there are different recommendations that are going to government, and there are those ones that I think we can manage as mobs as we try to give back to the community. That one which starts with us, we can go back to the drawing board and we make sure that at Codco, we encourage students to go to these and even the supervisors, that you find that you feel that when they are told you are going to micro enterprise, they think such a student is not learning, and they think that maybe students are learning from KCCA when the reverse is true. So we need, the good thing we have the chairperson council, and all these policies internally can be worked on, and we see how this can be implemented as you progress with your study. The other panelists talked about that as you look to your micro enterprises, that these are captured in the new parish development model. And I think I disagree with this. The challenge we are having, the government is coming up with so many wonderful programs, but they are not looking at the problem. So when you look at the way Myoga started, it's the same. They are using the same structure for the parish development model. That they think people must come to the circles, and you're going to find that people who are benefiting most, they are the same people. Those who were in Myoga are the same people who are going to parish, because these are people who have understood the politics involving forming circles to get money. So I think that when you talk about categorization, being we capture these other people who are very important to the economy, but they are not captured in these normal development, programs that have been put forward by government.
Okay.
Then, in fact,
I thought
will
you'd
give
end there,
another
Gonzaga.
issue that will sometimes. Yes, are you getting me now?
Yes, I was saying that we need to get to another person.
Okay. Hello, Prof.
Yes. I wanted you to
Hello?
wind up and we go to Bob.
Okay, yes. Lastly, what we need to capture that many times you are looking at someone who has a salon, someone who has another business. We are not looking at people who have a combination, because diversity is now a very key issue. So people have a type of portfolio management, that someone has mobile money, has a salon. How do they balance? So that's a gap that I would propose that we need to study, because it will add much value. Thank you so much for that study.
Let's hear from Bob. Please briefly, Bob, and then we wind up. Bob, IT enable Bob to speak.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Thank you, Prof, for the wonderful study. My question is, where do you place, you mentioned about the 3M model that you are proposing. And my question is, where do you place technology in this 3M model? Because we are seeing so many current emerging from
Bob, we have lost you.
Using social media as a way in your model in presentation had anything about that. So my question, are you able now?
Yes, we have heard that you are talking about the digitization and using social media. That discussion is coming in after break tea. After break tea, we are going to discuss digitization of business. Okay, we have comments online, which I want also to respond to. Dr. Nwagawa, we have seen your comments, and then others who said they're anonymous. Dr. Nwagawa is concerned about the ethical issues. I just gave a small example. In our ecosystem, it is rated as ethical issues. It's not an ethical. Please quote us right. What is on paper is ethical issues of how to do business. And then the other one is someone is concerned, if you are selling groundnuts for 20 years, can you pass it on to your children? That was not our study. Our study is, has it existed? Has that person's business failed? No. Someone has sold groundnuts for 20 years and business is going on. So for us, our model was okay, that micro enterprises do not fail, as we are told that they don't see their first birthday. Then the concern about service provided in the government, someone I think is from government, is saying that government is going to do this. And we really want to see government coming out to support this. The issue of our survival, there's something on our sampling. I think I did elaborate. Let's wind up, Madam the Manager. I will start from Wakiso to the Ministry, to Kayunga, to Minister of Finance, in a minute each. What's your take as a policy maker? And finally, what's your take as a practitioner? In a minute, and then wind up.
Thank you very much. I think that the model is relevant. I think it goes down to aspects of implementation. I welcome the idea that the academicians, the universities are playing a role, and specifically, it should not stop at just the extension services only. I'm an alumni of MOBS, 2003. I wrote a feasibility study to start automated parking system here in Uganda. It was a good idea. I didn't have money. The market was there. There was no need for management at that time because money did not push me to that next level. That just shows you that there are so many good ideas in the archives here, but because of lack of money, we don't have SMEs out there. So my point here is that let the universities, let there be a link. As you see PDM, as you see a MIOGA, can there be an initiative, a project through which ideas from university graduates can be pushed right to the market?
Okay,
thank you.
Wonderful. What's your take for as Commissioner, Minister of Trade, in a minute?
Thank you. What I'll just say is that Minister of Trade has 5 main departments. We have the Department of Cooperatives. I have my commissioner there. We have the Department of Internal Trade, External Trade. So there are a number of departments. However, you guys have got to look at this MTIC portal to take advantage of policies. The lady there was asking about MSME, what's the definition? I mean, there's a concrete definition of what MSME is. You just have to go on the policy, and I wish I had more time to talk about it. But the directorate was created to challenge SMEs, to make sure that they celebrate the 3rd and 4th birthday. Lastly, I would like to say that we're now into the 5IR. It was easy to get from the 1IR to 2IR, very easy, 2 to 4. That was just adapting. But 5IR is coming, and all of you academicians, you all have I see the guy using a computer there, and all of you have complicated cell phones. But I think you're using 10% of the the knowledge of those computers. You're misusing them. So we should actually utilize Bubu to target what we need. It's appalling to see that when my moderator came and said SMEs are using textbooks to get documentation. All they need is a computer with just only one program. That will be even less than 50,000 shillings. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go to Kayunga. What's your take to Kayunga as
Yes, thank you. Regarding the extension services, the shortcut for now, Kayunga, we have the industrial hub. This is skilling the Ugandans and targeting youths and women. The one who talked about what is the government doing to promote women entrepreneurs. The industrial hub is targeting youths and women, 1835, and there are various skills starting with 6. And as demand also increases, it will be expanded further for the entire Mengo region. There are 21 across the country, but for Mengo region, it's in Kayunga. There are things about PDM, why targeting groups, yes and no. Right now, government is giving households, which is more or less an individual, 1 million. And the enterprise groups will come later because there's the pillar 6, which is the parish-based management information system, which is not accommodating groups. Right now, we are accommodating household, which is more or less an individual. Then finally, the research is good. You can further it by coming to Kayunga. We have the industrial hub. We can tag and see how. We'll talk about the common user facilities. It's all about nurturing the SMEs and growing them to survive for the test of time. Thank you.
Minister of Finance, Planning, and Economic Development? What's your take?
Thank you. Thank you so much, Vincent. I'll need more than a minute, probably. First, I would like to appreciate, I've many friends at this campus, starting with your big man there. He's my friend. The Vice Chancellor is my friend. Of course, you've gifted us with a permanent secretary of the Treasury. I've worked with Dr. Ankote, Dr. Ankutu. Of course, he's like my brother, Dr. Mindra. And all of them have been challenging you to move away from theory, pure theory, and to interface your knowledge with practical life and business experience or situations. And I'm glad you've taken that step. I must say that I'm working with the university. Not everybody, of course, some of those people I've mentioned, specifically on microfinance related issues, on SACCOs and VSLAs. Some of you participated in a study which is informing a policy on VSLAs, which we are working with you. We are also working on a framework to coordinate microfinance businesses in the country, especially SACCOs. But let me say that I had an experience in studying in UK, and 2 of my professors were senior 4 dropouts, the equivalent. So I'm responding to Dr. Sendaula's point that probably the university needs to remodel your curriculum to see how best to integrate talent into learning so that talented people can come into the university to impact on learning and knowledge sharing. Certainly, there are people out there who are very talented and have not had an academic experience. And that's what informed the president's initiative on Emioga. As you know, it's focused on talent, and I would like to challenge you to work with us to improve that framework. We are currently working on a policy. I will share with some of you so that I can get your insights. I am intrigued by this MSBV survival ecosystem, and I like to re-echo the points Dr. Daya has raised. I think that this is probably my personal appreciation of the survival of MMSEs, that probably it's because they are compromising so much on a lot of things, formalization, taxes, standards, and so on and so forth, which is not necessarily a good thing. They are only surviving because they are not paying taxes, they are not regulated, and so on and so forth. I think we could do more to support them to thrive. I need to speak about PDM. PDM will survive. Sorry? Yeah, the PDM will survive. We are in this for a long haul. If I had more time, I would explain why PDM will survive. First of all, we have 7 pillars. Secondly, a lot of emphasis has been put on and excitement on the financial inclusion pillar, which I am privileged to be leading the ministry. We were responding to a critical need of financial inclusion. The circles we've created at the parishes, I would like you to look at them as financial agents. And we were actually trying to model around agency banking. So we have created a financial agent in a parish. And for 5 years, we want to capitalize that agent. So anyone who likes to support transformation of society or our communities should bring your ideas on how we can support the local communities to leverage on the money which they have. We expect that in 5 years, we would have capitalized them to a tune of 500 million. The smart ones will keep that money, will grow that money, because it's supposed to revolve within a parish. Just think about the fact that your village, your parish, has 500 million shillings to invest amongst themselves. I think that is a very critical thing government has done. Finally, I'd like to talk about apprenticeship, because I think it touches on, I supervise all the time. You send me students, and I have about 5 right now in my office. I like the idea that I think you also mentioned the same thing, that we should diversify into the private sector. And in my previous life as Commissioner Tax Policy, I tried to develop an initiative to incentivize private companies to take on students and other persons to, an apprenticeship program. And the Commissioner for Labor in Ministry of Gender and Labor and Social Development, I think, has been working on a similar program. I'd like to ask you that we can work together and see how best we can develop this program. But finally, I like to volunteer that if there's an opportunity for me to come here and interact with the students, to give you insights on policy issues, practical policy issues, I'll be happy for free. I won't charge you for this, because I think there's a bit of disconnect between what you are teaching here and what is on the ground. Thank you, Chair.
I think this voluntary service by Moses is most welcome. Please, the Dean is present and HODs. He's formerly Commissioner for Tax. He has been in Ministry of Finance for the past 30 years. I've known him. So please, let's see how we capitalize on this social network. In a minute, what are you taking to Katwe from this institution? In a minute, my brother.
Okay, thank you. Just, I'd like to request the commissioner not to come here to the moves only, but you should also try to come to our place because we need a lot from you. So just as I've been given 1 minute, I would like to respond on someone who talked about the MSM. Micro means it is the informal. Because the informal, when you define the informal, these are people who are not registered. Locally, they are known as Juakalis. These are people who are not registered. They work outside. During the rain, it rains on them, the sun. And so these are the type of people who are at the micro stage, and these are the Juakali. They are not formal, they are informal. Then another thing, someone talked of the graduation of the growing. We are growing, and every time people are growing, are graduating from micro to small, and from small to medium. If you look at some of these people who are big, you are talking of the big people, the late Muranas, they started at a micro level, and they are now growing. So the issue of whether they are growing, it is not there. We are growing every day. We get people who are coming from micro, they become formal, and they register, so the growth is there. So I come back to the money issue. Briefly, the money issue, we have a problem with finance. Recently, they said they have put a window for micro and small, and they put the money in the development bank. This money, when you go there, you can't access this money from the development bank. They have to go, you have to take it to the commercial banks. When we go to the commercial bank, the rate they are charging us, it is higher than those who are the manufacturer, the big people, because they claim there's a lot of risk when they give us the money. I know if some of the bankers are here. So you find that the rate at which they want to give us that money, it is at 40%, even more. So, which means that even that money, it is redundant, we cannot access it because of the policy. The problem with the finance and the planners, they have good plans. But when it comes to implementation, it is where the problem is. Then when we come to the marketing, sir, marketing, first of all, I'd like to thank the Ministry of Industry, because mainly the micro and small directorate, at least they have put a lot of emphasis on this issue of marketing, but not even internally, even at the regional level. That we go outside and we look for the markets. You know, the market is important. When we have about 50 now, almost 50 million, the population, but what about the 300, which is at the regional level? So we always go out to look for the market. The only challenge we get, unless also it goes back to the Ministry of Finance. Kenya and Tanzania have adopted this. At least 40% of the government procurement goes to this micro and small. Because you know, the government, the biggest the buyer of some of what we are making. But we have a problem that when and let us have a deliberate way of having at least 40% procurement from the government. The way when you give contracts to these big people, they come to us. At times they compromise with the standards because they order us what we are supposed to do, and at times they buy things very cheaply from us, and then they commission.
Can I give information that government indeed appreciates this issue, and we under the preservation scheme, but beyond that, we are currently developing government procurement, including women as well.
Okay, I think even
I said this is unusual. The issue of not knowing what we are doing. And I just give you an example. A story from my uncle. He was working with the Ministry of Works. He had a lot of experience. He was working under Mzungu. One day the Mzungu told him, please, he was called Mr. Serwanga. Mr. Serwanga, you are a hardworking man, but you don't know what you are doing. And Mr. Serwanga was so annoyed because when it came, they were doing some appraisal thing. When it came to practical, he got 95. And in theory, he got 20. And when it came to theory, the other one from Chambogo by then got 90. And in practical, he got the other. He really was wondering why he was told, not knowing what to do he was doing. But if I tell you people, you come to us and work with you, as mentioned, the apprenticeship, we shall acquire those skills and we shall raise them.
Okay, I think we have had a very wonderful morning. I'm sorry we have gotten into the time of the next panel, and the panelists on IT are here. From me, from Mr. Mpakivi Robert, from Dr. Mutevi, from Dr. Wakaisuka, we want to thank you so much, the panelists. Because we have to implement some of these things. And then we shall work with the rest. Thank you very much, everyone. Back to Madam Yulia.
Thank you, Professor. When your boss is the chair and the session chair, I mean the presenter and the session chair, you can't do much. But I believe we've had a good time, irrespective of the time taken. I thought the panelists would be around before, but it is well. I want to thank the organizers of the conference for bringing great minds and big shots to the same table, the academicians, the policymakers, and practice. We have been challenged as academicians to reduce on the theory. I hope we can take up that challenge and inform practice, because that is majorly why we're here. We have earned a tea break. I request that the next panelist should be the first to take tea, because we're going to have a working tea. I request Chairman Council to lead them to the table, and also the current or the former panelists that who have just been here to also be the next, and then the rest will get tea. So let's get the next panelists, the ones that are handling the social media track, and then the panelists that have handled MSE to be the first at the table, led by the Chairperson Council. Thank you. Then the rest we shall follow, but we are going to have a working tea, so get tea and come back. Thank you.
Kerry University Business School announces the 26th Annual International Management Conference. This will be held between the 28th of February and the 2nd of March 2023 at MOB's main campus, Nakawa. It will be aired on all MOB social media platforms under the theme, Learning from the Unusual, the Questions We Did Not Ask. The conference key speakers include Professor Mary Opapol, Professor Waswabalunwa, and Professor Moses Mugwezi. For more information, please call +256 752 436 767 or email 26aimc@mobs.sc.ug. Kerry University Business School announces the 26th Annual International Management Conference.
Ayo. One more time, carry on. Raise it up. Yes, sir. Stand up. Bro. 6. Stay on that song. Right. One more time, carry on. Raise it up. Yes, sir. Stand up. Go. 6. Hey, hello, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Cairo. One more time, Cairo.
One minute to midday. Can we please get back in? We agreed that we are going to have a working tea, so whoever is outside, please kindly get back in. Our panelists are already seated. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I happen to be a communication facilitator, and when there is no response, I have not communicated. At least if you can't talk, you wave and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to our other session. Should I call it the third session of the day? Ladies and gentlemen outside, please kindly move back in so that we can start. Our session chair is ready and our panelists are ready, so we need to start. According to our schedule, those who have the program, we are moving on to panel 2, which is the digital wave of social media. I believe each one of us seated here has at least one social media tool we use in our day-to-day communication. So we are glad to host a number of people who are in the center of it, who maybe understand it more than we do. So allow me invite the session chair, Madam Shakira Naguja, who is the manager e-learning. I hope I'm not getting it wrong. Okay, so she's ready to take us through. Let's give them audience. Thank you. Can we appreciate as she comes to take?
Right. Hello, good morning, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Are we okay? We've just had breakfast or break tea or whatever. So, as I've been introduced, my name is Shakira Naguja. I am a lecturer. I'm also a PhD student and also the manager of the e-learning center. These guys here, you see here, are my powerful team. Whatever they are broadcasting, I'm sure you can appreciate their efforts. So today we are having a panel of 4 people, 4 powerful gentlemen. I wish there was a lady to, you know. I am moderating the session, but I wish there was a lady to, you know, kind of balance the things up. We have 4 gentlemen here. will introduce everybody as they try to come in and speak. Since we are running behind schedule, I'm going to ask each of the presenters to speak for about 8 minutes. Tell us what they think about, how social media is challenging the traditional media. What are their thoughts on the digital wave? We all appreciate that so many aspects of our businesses, lives, etc. have been changed or have been affected by technology. So I'm going to ask, I don't know if most of you know the famous Kazora. For those that don't know them, I don't know who doesn't know him, but if you don't know him, he was a student here. He was our student. He also hosted Jam Agenda in 2002. So there are records. You can go on YouTube and check it out. It's not there. He also was on KFM. He also has a master's in television from Manchester Salford University. He also worked, still working with the Pepsi marketing department. He also owns his own TV station and radio. I'll ask him to talk about his gig briefly. So at this point, I would like to invite Kazora to, tell us anything about how technology is affecting the social media.
Thank you very much. You will bear with me. I am not used to the academia things of sitting here. I would feel more comfortable standing and expressing myself. I don't think I can communicate properly when I'm, yeah?
You can stand.
It's fine, eh?
Yeah.
Sure. Ah, okay, fantastic. Much better. Much better. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I am very, very disappointed that with my experience and my knowledge and my X factor, I come to my old school and there are literally 2 people here to see me. It should have been better if my picture was there. Yeah, Professor Balunywa, you know him every day, you see him. My big brother, my former lecturer, Professor Moses, you see him, should have put my picture there. Innocent, this place would be full. Now, you did not use even social media to advertise that we are going to come here. So I am literally disappointed that there are 2 people. This is my school. I was a student here, 2002, 20 years ago. And I am part of the success story of the students of MUBS. If they mention anybody, yeah. So I am a serious OB, a success story to have someone you've taught and is a billionaire, and when you talk of media, is in the top 2, if not the top 1. Yeah, and I'm here. And I did not start the media from here. I did, I had a retake in QM. I suffered. Professor Moses was my lecturer. Very mean with Max. We did it together. What laugh? The guy gave me over 52. But we are here. But after here, I went to do my master's in television in a prestigious university called Salford. And I think it's the best media city. If you Google it, you'll know that Media City is one of the best in England. And the BBC actually switched their offices there. And I'll tell you an interesting story. To come and study here, you have to have about what? I had the BBC. I did history, economics, divinity, and art. So I had the BBC, so I had to come here. My university, Salford, for you to get a place, they will ask you to send a video. Send a video. Tell us why you want to join us. I had been rejected in so many universities in the UK to study a master's in television documentary production. But when I saw that, that was their requirement, I said, I even called my sister in the UK, I said, I have been admitted at Salford. She said, but you've not even applied. I said, I am telling you, I have received an admission because they want me to send them a video to tell them all about me. I did a video. By then I was doing Jam Agenda. I was number one. I was on KFM afternoon. I was the king of the afternoon. From 1 to 5, I was number one. MC, I was number one. I was the official MC for MTN. I showed them when I'm MCing the marathon, the first one. Then MC in the Club Rouge. I sent them a video of what I do. I was the first guy they gave the admission to do the master. And I was the only black who were 42. What does it say? They did not look at my level. If you look at my degree at they just said, now they look at social media platforms. For anybody to give you a job, if Innocent here of radio and TV, if he's giving you a job, the thing is going to cut is your social media handles. It's going to the phone you have on Twitter, it's going to following you on where I don't have time. I have another meeting that should have started now for 30 minutes. My name is very key. I slept at 2:30. I woke up at 6. I had a meeting at 6:30 with the MD of Coffee, and I'm here. And at 1, I have so I have to take a nap. So again, Africans not keeping time. Disappointed again. And the fact that Shakira, I am a successful OB of this place, you never invite me for anything. The day you invite me, there's no one. Let's move on. 20 years ago, digital. 20 years ago as a student here, I was doing Jam Agenda. There were only 2 TV stations in the country. There was WS and the UTV. 20 years today, we have over 80 TV stations, including my own TV station called BTV, including the new one, Galaxy TV. We have over 320 radio stations. Back then, very few. Do you know what's going to happen in the next 10 years? I tell you, in the next 10 years, we are not going to have DSTV. I saw today they increased their pricing or what, I don't know what. What do you watch on DSTV? I watch only Arsenal. Now, guess what's going to happen in the next 5 years? It's going to be on VOD, video on demand. I'll not be able to have DSTV to watch all 1,000 channels that I don't need. I'll be able to subscribe to Arsenal TV, and I can pay £7 to Arsenal TV, and you have how many Africans? Because Africans were growing so big. I don't think we're having 40 million. Ugandans, I think in 10 years will be like 100 million. Now the whole of Africa, we are like 50. In the next 10 years or 20 years, all of you will be grandparents. Yeah, I'll be a grandparent next 10 years. So imagine, Uganda will be at 80 million. Now, what about Nigeria? What about Kenya? The whole of Africa. So if you have that digital space and what, Arsenal TV will be able to say, I am not selling my rights to DSTV. I am going to sell it directly to Kazora. And I'll be able to pay, even if it's 2,000 shillings, multiply $1 times 200 million Nigerians. They will be able to make their money in a day instead of giving it to DSTV. So we'll not have DSTV in 10 years. We'll not have Star Times in 10 years. We're going to have the platforms that you have. 20 years ago in the UK, I would pay 17 pounds. And this is what 17 pounds would give me. I would walk in any shop and get any phone. This one here was 6 million. I would go in a shop and get a phone. Put it here. I am paying 17 pounds. It's brand new. iPhone 14 over what max. You go in a shop. 20 years ago, you go and pick a phone. It is giving you your data at home. Fast internet. You can't click another website. Speeds you have never experienced. You can never, you do YouTube like this. There's no buffering. You cannot open a site or play something and go to another site and this one is loading. It's there and then super speeds. 17 pounds. It included my phone, telephone at home, landline, telephone, MBs, internet, and my Sky DSTV on 17 pounds. This is 20 years ago in the UK. Now, in the next 10 years, this is what's going to happen with your digital. WhatsApp is going to be paid for. Facebook you're going to pay for. Your Gmail you're going to pay for. All these platforms that you're experiencing now that are for free, you're going to be paying for them. With just, of course, now Facebook, WhatsApp, and Instagram, it's one guy. So you'll be paying like 10,000 to that guy for you to access those. Even Twitter, you're going to be paying. Everything you're going to be paying for, but it's going to be affordable. So in the next 10 years, the usual things you see, Galaxy Radio, Galaxy TV, NTV, NBS, will be no more. We are going to be on video on demand. You watch what you have to watch. And then when you look at TikTok and now Instagram and Twitter, they're all changing. Because now, anybody on TikTok? Professors, anyone on TikTok? Is there a professor on TikTok? Now, TikTok is so smart. The AI that we're talking about, they know what you love. The moment you watch something like this, pump, and you spend a few seconds on it, that's what they're going to give you. That's the content. Now, for me, this is my TikTok. You're going to see what I love. Number 1, Arsenal. So I'll get all Arsenal content. Number 2, women. Number 3, women. Women. This is okay. Arsenal. Women. Some inspirational stuff. Teaching, of course. Women. Arsenal. Are you sick? So if you want to know someone, what they watch, what they spend their leisure time on, just check their TikTok. Because they give you what you consume. Yeah? What you consume. Of course, TikTok, I want to follow women. But when you go to Instagram, it's a different thing. So you see construction, what and what and what. Yeah? So, how do we now use digital to market what we do? Now, MOOBS being a sales and marketing institute, of course, you know, the heart of a business is marketing and all that, but how do we use it to now push our products? I'll give you an example. We have a skilling institute called SIMARI. SIMARI is sales, marketing, advertising, recruitment, and internship. So I wanted to advertise this institute. Say I need students. I needed about 5,000 students. Actually, I needed 1,000 students. I said, how do I advertise this? So I ran to the industry. I go to my brother here, Innocent, ran for me adverts on Galaxy. I ran to NBS, ran my adverts just to get people to know about it. But then I said, okay, these people are charging me a lot of money. Let me use social media. I recorded videos with my phone. My phone, this one you see. And posted videos on social media. Number 1 is WhatsApp. That WhatsApp you see is powerful because it's targeted. My phone, I have 4,000 contacts. When I share my status, I'll see about 2,000, 1,000 will see. On the WhatsApp groups, I'm in many WhatsApp groups, I don't know how many. Me, I make sure I see how many numbers are there. If there are 300, and I just enter because I am going to share my video there. And when you wake up in the morning, what's the first thing you look at on all your platforms? Do you go to Twitter? When you wake up, where do you go? WhatsApp. Yeah? So it's very, very powerful. I said, let me use WhatsApp. I shared I am in the group team, chairman, MOK, I don't know what. I moves, I have a class of over 2,000, what? Then the generals, I share. That one moves. Number 2, I went to TikTok. Now, TikTok is for the new generation. The young generation, if you're not on TikTok, if you're advertising anything and you don't use TikTok, then you're not going to get the millennials because they're not on Facebook. Facebook is looked at for old people. They are not on Twitter. Too much English. Yeah, you have to be correct. You have to be what? They don't express themselves. So then I said, now I am going to concentrate on TikTok. I threw videos on TikTok. You people, the kids that have come to study with us, they are not from NBS. They didn't watch the Manya Galaxy. No, it is because of social media. Now, I also work with Pepsi. We have changed our approach in marketing. So usually you spend like probably, okay, let me not give you figures to scare you. On average, MTN would spend $1 billion a month in advertising. So you say the big ones, Capital, Manya, what, NBS, Bukebe, you throw your budgets there. They know they know Gamba, Harvard, yeah, Galaxy has now changed the. Now it's also in the top 5. They also put there. But now we are changing. The first budget is going to digital. Even when I'm engaging him and Pepsi has to advertise on Galaxy, I'm like, okay, what are you giving me on social media? That's the first thing. I am not interested in running my adverts on Galaxy and Pepsi. What is your engagement with my brand on social media? We are now paying them directly as Pepsi, paying Instagram, paying Twitter, paying TikTok to advertise us. In the next 10 years, we will not be spending money on Galaxy. We will be spending money on social media. So you see where the world is heading. Yeah? So it's social media now is the way to go. And I encourage all the professors to get on TikTok. Because the things that you watch, you'll see. If it's books, they'll give you content according to your likes. The AI, they will pick. If you like porn, they'll send you porn all the way. If you like, they will send you whatever you want. So it's very important, and it's rich, and it gives you content that you wouldn't even have gotten. Because they say, okay, you like reading, then they start sending you things about books and things that you may not even know. Yeah? I'm sure my colleagues they will talk about the chat, the latest one now that is causing problems. Yes. So finally, since we're at the university, about skilling, which is what we do. I studied marketing here, but I don't think what I studied, okay, I didn't study. They used to do my coursework. To be honest, they used to do my coursework. I was a star. I was on Jama Agenda. I was what? I didn't study that. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how many lectures I attended. But anyway, I'll give you an example. The recent elections that were happening in Serere, Philip Ochoa, you know that guy? He lost. In 2008, I was doing an activation in Lira. So I got MCs from here, comedians, Luganda, they were on stage. They were speaking, but the guys could not understand them. So I needed someone to translate. So I asked, and then Philip Ochoa came. A young boy, I think was in senior 4 or something. And then he said, I can do it. I said, I'm going to pay you 100,000. He said, okay. He went on stage. The guy could speak. Why don't I end up being an He spoke very well. Then after I said, here's your 100K, Philip said, but I have done the job that the other MCs would have done. Pay me 200. I said, but we agreed 100. Here's 100. And Philip said, it's okay, JK. God bless you. I was hurt. I was like, no matter I was hurt. I was like, okay, we are going to the club, come. So he came to the club, there, got his number, Then I told him, okay, Pepsi is looking for a sales team. Go to the depot. These are ladies, she's called Judith, apply. He applied. He's senior 4, senior 6, he was in senior 6, VAC. He applied. He got in. We trained him for 2 weeks. After 2 months, I went to Lira. The boy was on fire. The guy had opened things. He had done amazing things. He has not started marketing in movies for 3 years with Retex 4. Just training of 1 month. Then I tell my boss then, Agicon, I said, I need this boy in Kampala. They said, let him come and do an interview. He came to Pepsi Kampala. He did an interview, of course, English. This one, professors. What? The guy failed. Then the guy went back. I'm not singing. And I said, Philip, where? You said, I went back. I failed the interview. I said, what? I told my boss, give that guy an oral interview. Let him not write things English. He will not. They said, okay. The guy came in the boardroom. Allah. I had people clapping. They gave him a job, Kampala. I told him, now you need to start studying. He was doing Chireka here. He came. 3 years, graduated. I left Pepsi. 7 years later, he became the sales director. From a staging leader to a sales director. You won't clap, I know. What am I trying to say? You don't have to spend 3 years studying. At Simari, we are skilling you for 3 months for you to become a star in any field. Yeah? But again, you can come here and get the degree because these people protect this institute so much, you cannot continue to become a professor, whatever. It's protected. So skilling is something that you can do. And now it's even online, the digital skilling. You can study anything. I love to cook. I never went to a school to learn how to cook. But my sisters, I am a very good chef of digital. Yeah? So finally, thank you very much. It is time for me to go. I'll take on the 2 questions. It is time for my other meeting. Thank you very much, Shakira, for inviting me. I didn't have a structure because we got to know very late, but I'm sure Innocent will have a proper presentation done so you can learn. But I hope you have picked 1 or 2 things. Any questions? Yes.
Give them.
Okay, so they have to evolve. They have to evolve and become like Netflix. Yeah. They have to evolve and become like Netflix so that you don't have to push me to watch what I don't want. Yeah, you tune on DSTV, there's what now I can't even, So I should be able to have variety, to choose what I want. Like Netflix, I can go and say, no, I want this and go search and whatever. But if it's the model they are using, they are going to fail. They are going to lose out. It's going to be mainly VOD, video on demand. Yeah, so they have to evolve. And they're trying to do lots of series and lots of movies, local movies in Tanzania, in Kenya, here, Pearl Magic and all those. So maybe to create a database and, so that they have enough content to show. Yes?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Kazora, for your presentation.
Are you on TikTok?
No, not yet.
Okay. You're on Twitter?
I'm on WhatsApp, yeah.
You're on WhatsApp?
Yep.
Okay. You need to be on Twitter.
Is this almost expired, WhatsApp?
No. Actually, the way I see the future,
yes.
Even things like people like MTN are going to be affected. Because if WhatsApp decides to pay the $64 million to government and say we want to have our own network, they have the muscle to give everyone a phone. You can pick any phone you want. You'll not be spending about $6 million buying a phone like this. You can pick a phone and pay $100K every month, which includes your MBs, your phone calls, and owning the phone, or even 50,000. And there are some people now that I can spend even a whole day without SMSing someone without calling someone. Normally, I'm on WhatsApp, calling, SMSing, video, everything.
Okay, let me put the question.
Yes.
From your presentation and your conclusion as well, you appear to emphasize the importance of talent and possibly apprenticeship.
Yes.
As compared to formal education. What is your general advice to the youth and to this conference about the relevance of formal education as well, in
Now-
the light of those observations?
Number one, discipline. If it wasn't for the formal education, most of us would not be disciplined. So the discipline that education brings is, beyond whatever talent and what, because everybody has to be disciplined. So the school, the institute gives you that discipline. That's why for me, I'd want, all the kids, I made a mistake. Some people confused us. We went to international schools, but we are suffering. But this education, the UPE, discipline, number one. Yeah. So once you have the discipline, then now you can train a child. If the child is skilled in something, that's it. But of course, the other is always passion. What you're passionate about is what you're going to excel at. Yeah. Yes. Mm. Okay, so yeah, it's quite intense, and that's why people at a certain position have managers. Well, I haven't reached that place where I need a manager, but I guess that's why I don't have a lot of following, because I don't post as much. Yeah, I post when necessary. Now, like today, I'll throw there this couple stores invited. Yeah, but it takes a lot of time. But the people that actually, maybe I didn't even talk about the money involved. There are people now making money, $10,000 a month, just off doing that. And that's his job. He wakes up in the morning and he has to create content to put there, to get more followers, to get money at the end of the month. So them, it's their job. But for you, you have to post when necessary. It's not like, I am now on TikTok, I have to post all the time. No. First of all, being on TikTok and Snapchat and all these things, not that necessary that you're going to post. It's just even knowing what's happening. Because Twitter will break the biggest news stories around the world before CNN does. And you don't have even time to be on CNN, but you have your phone. You get it? So sometimes you're there not because necessarily you're going to be active. I have to post 8 times. No. I even spend weeks without posting a single thing. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kazura. My query goes to, you were talking about the future, but I'm sure you've heard of ChatGPT.
I talked about it.
Yes, but what do you have to say? Because if they've managed to outsmart Google, that means they're coming for these platforms. So,
oh, trust me, they are not sleeping. Google is not sleeping. Wait for something that they're going to bring. They're not sleeping. So, and this brings to the point of, are we going to have, professors teaching us anymore? Because now, if you want a CV, it can drop a CV for you. If you want a land, whatever contract, you just type there, it will throw their options. If you want to do a company merger, where you're paying lawyers billions, it will just give you the best options of company mergers right there. Wow. So yeah, it's going to take over, so many jobs, and so many people are going to be affected. Even the fact that we are so many Uber drivers and so many truck drivers are going to be out of, in the next 10 years, they won't have any jobs. The cars are going to be driving themselves. So yeah, so we need to embrace what's coming. But again, it's brilliant for some of us, because I can't be a lawyer, I can't be whatever. I can only concentrate here and then learn a few things from the platforms that are coming.
I just wanted to link up what he has said about social marketing. And the difference I saw when I was in India is that the Indian SMEs and the Indian woman uses the smartphone to conduct business as a tool of business, which here in Uganda, we haven't been grounded to. And the challenge even to institutions of learning, in that students have phones. People move up with smartphones. An Indian lady who stopped in P7, school leaver, as we said here, uses the phone in as far as the value chain is concerned. Uses the phone and links up with companies like Unilever. It's so interesting. So when he emphasized the issue of social marketing of products of what we are doing, let me tell you, 120% correct. And people must take you seriously. And institutions of learning need to factor in the power of social media, advertising. I can tell you this. I have someone who prepares cake, bakes cakes. The day he flashed his cakes on social media, that was all. It lifted. It is so powerful than the TV. So, because you are dealing with people who don't have the time to sit on TV. Me, I don't own a TV. I don't see TVs. Because where do I get the time? I go home when I'm tired. When I find news, I only look at news when I'm moving from the sitting room going to the bathroom. So it is something which schools, which institutions of learning need to emphasize, that it is a mode of living. Thank you very much.
There's a student here called Sasha. She has a smartphone and she's in big time business of bags and shoes. She does not own a single store. She wakes up in the morning, goes to town, looks at people's shops and boutiques and takes pictures, chuck, and posts, new stock has arrived. 50K. And you send her 50K, she sends the shop 30K, and the shop guy sends the border guy to where you are with your bag. She has paid her fees off just that. She does not own a single thing. And that is the model of Alibaba, that is the model of Amazon. And there are here so many, I know like 3 students here who are doing that. Just they just wakes up now they no longer go, I'm on transport, Facebook, what they say. And they're doing very well. But again, that encourages laziness. Anyway,
Okay. No. We need to wind up the questions. Whoever needs JK, you'll find, he's going to share with us his social media handles. He's always active. He's always, thank you. I would like to thank JK. Can we have a round of applause for? He has actually given us very, very practical information. I wish everybody who is here would actually pick a thing or two. I've already said that social media is something that is happening right now. He has talked about the different social media channels. We have Facebook, Twitter, and all that, but you also need to know where your audience is. So his audience for TikTok are women and and Arsenal. But you we have so many entrepreneurs here, so you need to know where your audience is and then target that. I would like to thank you, JK, again, and would like to allow you to attend your other meeting. And then we have Dr. Nahabwe, the CEO of the Managing Director of Galaxy FM. I would like to give to introduce him. And I would like to hear from him how the social media is affecting his, Galaxy FM. I made a presentation sometime early, was it late last year? And I was saying that social media is actually, trying to eliminate the traditional media. I want to hear from him what happens. How is that affecting his business model? Thank you. You're welcome, Doctor.
Okay.
Kazora got 100, but we shall see. Thank Shakira. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I had planned to say morning, but you know what happened. Just like social media and other things, um, things keep changing, and we just have to get used. My name is Innocent Nahawe. Some of you might be hearing doctor, and you think I'm one of the lecturers around. No, I'm not. I would have loved to, but somehow the bureaucracy here and of not being social and digital affected it. I applied for PhD, and they have been tossing me for 2 years now. So probably I would be teaching some of you, but the people here are still, we pray for them that they can be able to come on board and understand the things, because I applied at the same time for University of Dar es Salaam, I got it. University of South Africa, I got it. Now, here where is home, I just couldn't be able to go through. But that's by the way. But I'm a veterinary doctor, so I treat small animals mostly. Don't translate it into Uganda. Now, this is a subject I'm very keen at, because I believe it's going to be the game changer. Many years ago, education was all you had to do is study, and so long as the papers increased, the money increased. It's not the situation anymore, and I believe you know it. Though for most of you that I see, you don't want to believe it. You probably will be like BlackBerry. Anybody remembers BlackBerry? Of course, many of you do. And Nokia a bit because it's still existing. But BlackBerry, people who kept hoping and doing better BlackBerry and better BlackBerry when everybody was moving. So a lot of us still believe better education, more education, and might be able to help, but we need a blend of both. Shakira has asked me to address something which I hope I will be able to start with. Should we be worried as a media house? Because only this year I started another TV, Galaxy TV. I hope you guys watch it. Jikonkone. Anybody has watched Jikonkone here? Thank you. If you have not, please go back and watch it. It's how I'm getting paid, because they're not paying me here. So you go back and watch it. I don't know. Yes. So it's not going to go away. The traditional media is not going away just yet, because people do not consume the media itself. People consume the information. They consume the content. People, even beyond that, the true thing is they come for entertainment. For us, we don't do anything serious. We are seriously and serious. So when you come to Galaxy, you're coming for things seriously and serious. What we sell is how you spend your time. We are actually selling our inventory is full of things that consume your time. And you continue to want things that consume your time. The only difference that is happening is the channel through which you are wasting your time. And for that, what we are doing is, in addition to the traditional media that we have, we are augmenting it with other channels which are very easy and affordable to us, which is social media. When you talk about social media, you kind of think it is actually something that has been here for long. You'll be surprised that in 2002 is when this our idea, around 2002 is when this our idea came up with MySpace. MySpace was big. As who had MySpace, I'm not yet a dinosaur, don't look at me like that. But MySpace was like a novelty, like something that was new that everybody was thinking about. And what it could help you is share a few things. But it was big. In 2002, I believe most of you were born by then. Just 2002, most things that you're talking about, TV is many years ago, radio many years ago, decades ago. But we're talking about 20-something years ago, is when this came up. Facebook came, so even Justin Timberlake decided to invest in MySpace, but it continued to die. Now it is a typical story of the guys who kept thinking the old still works. Just like many people in this room who still think the old still works. Of course, eventually it died. Facebook around the mid 2000s, 2008 there. And then Instagram started thereafter, and then eventually Facebook bought Instagram. So the Reddit was around 2005, Twitter around 2006. Instagram is around 2010, and then around 2012 it was bought by Facebook, but kept it like that. Snapchat, TikTok is on it 2021, and it has over 1.7 billion as of last year followers. So if we look at how phenomenal this is, sometimes it's underestimated how big it is. If you're going to look at the world population, we would probably look at the population of China, and the second biggest population would be that is on social media. The next biggest continent or country or market would be on Facebook. WhatsApp is also thereabout, but it's not working exactly like a social media platform. But essentially it is, because you are able to share pictures, see stories, view status, and tell people each other eyes. We are very beautiful and very successful, all of us on social media. So why is it very important for SMEs? Because all of us, when we look at Apple, which is probably one of the most valued, it only started in a garage with somebody assembling a calculator-like game, like with Steve Jobs. If you look at all these companies, Amazon, somebody was in a warehouse trying to ship out a few books, and here we are. So all of us are potentially new SMEs, and the future belongs to SMEs. And where social media creates a big advantage is the capability of leveling the ground. That you, sitting here, if you do the right things, you'll be able to compete with MTN and Airtel and Amazon and Safe Border and Jumia and others in trying to sell what you're selling. How? Because these people were very clever. They managed to do social engineering on us. When you open that Facebook page, you don't only put your picture, but you share where you live, who you know, what you like, what you don't like, what you like eating, what time you wake up, what time you sleep. You essentially have your nudes there, just that you're dressed up, but essentially you're naked there. And once you have that information and use it wisely, you can't go wrong. Because ultimately, companies were investing very heavily in being able to find the information and private information about people. And it was hard, and people were complaining, this is intrusive, this is too much. Yet you go and open a page and you clearly tell the people that I send Chanja on Friday, I order for KFC, and much as I say I'm working out, I actually be out here eating burgers, and maybe the chick I like most is this one because every day I like all her content, and the one I don't like is this one because I go there and abuse. All this is out there. Why is this important for us then? Is that because people have opened themselves up out there, we can easily go there and take advantage of that. All the information is essential on that notice board. And what social media then does is essentially open, shops, typical shops. Now, for every typical shop, they had big doors. So every shop had a big door. Now, what social media does is essentially open all those doors very widely across the world to everyone. The difference is how many doors are you opening? How many people do you have following you? How many people do you have that are going, these organisms will choose and say, this is the content we'll show you. That takes me to how we get people to engage with us and follow us in the terms of the content, in terms of the pages and profiles we actually create. We are not going to go out there saying, please follow me, please follow me. I see people saying, you know, follow me on Twitter. It's very lame. Do you know bees? Anybody knows bees? Either I'm boring or something, but I clearly know all of you know bees, even if you pretend here that you grew up in Kampala and there were no bees. But there is nobody who goes and says, here is a flower, bees, please come. And so long as you have honey here, even if you drank dawa tea, the bees will come. What brings people to follow you and engage with you as an SME is one, having the honey that is going to pull these bees. So what will that honey be? Relevance. Very critical, relevance. As in the wife, if I'm selling bags, am I attractive to the women? Because they're the ones who use the bags. Am I attractive to them? Do I have nice pictures? Do I have nice bags? Do I have what they want? Do I share information that they find relevant? Most people think I create a page and keep telling people, come and buy my bags. Nobody wants to be sold to. People want to slide in easily. There's a lady on the internet. She previously was a dancer many years ago, like around 2000. She's called Diane Muiza. I don't know how many of you know her.
Doctor, 2 minutes.
Okay. But she used to be a banker, did masters, etc., went to do banking, and then chose to go into selling things on the internet. She travels and makes you feel like her life is a fairy tale, and she has probably one of the most followed people on Twitter, on Instagram, on Snapchat. Same as Shira Gashumba. It's not like she has a PhD that people follow her, but you create a lifestyle that people actually come. So you need to be relevant, to be real. I've been told 2 minutes now, I don't know. I think I should have prepared better for that. So being real, because people want to feel that it is authentic. So whatever you are selling, if it is machines, you cannot wake up every day saying, come and buy my machines. You tell us how the machine works, the magic it can do, how it is to turn this and whatever. And if it is a Visigo, you come every day and show us the transition. You get somebody and they are black, like me, and maybe in like 4 months, you show us the transition. People will come and keep us, they will share on them own and everything. So real. Then you have to choose your brand voice. How do you communicate? Are you the arrogant? Are you going to be the funny one? Are you going to be filled with humor and all that? So quickly, because now I've been disorganized with the time building. So what do you need to do to make sure this actually works for you as an SME? One is be very clear about what you want and how you want social media to work for you, by setting very clear objectives. So essentially, normal marketing plan, because I believe most of you are marketers. But then you need to choose, you need to set your objectives. Is it for reach? Do you want to just be known? Is it for awareness so that people hear about you? Is it for generating leads? In which case, you choose which platform to use. So there are different, of course, platforms. But different platforms do different things. Twitter, you have Zoom. So you won't sell much there, but you can get a hashtag going. It helps in the conversation. If you're selling something high-end, a conference, etc., Twitter will do the magic. It helps in that area. Facebook, on the other hand, has those of you who know Facebook, there's also Facebook for Business. Same, we don't pay an extra for it. Now for that, it allows you to set up a catalog, share images, have people engaging you, and it's connected to WhatsApp, so people can be able to engage you and you can be able to connect and have leads, etc. For this, the best thing to do about it is actually be relatable and be engaging. Most of you just post things and go away. Or you go and see the customers, because it helps with the two-way communication. Also integrating a payment system, which can allow you to actually collect money and get paid. And it also allows, check-in so that you can know the stores and where they are. Instagram, on the hand, is more about visual and images. It also does not allow links, so probably they will not allow you to have a payment system in there. But Linked is mostly for hiring. Pinterest, visual sharing. TikTok for the fun and building brand connection. So each platform has something it does. So those of you who said that on WhatsApp, the best thing is actually to use them together. In marketing, they teach about integrated marketing. It's best for you to use all these platforms together, but each delivering on set and on where it is actually best positioned. So that you have a lot of pictures on Snapchat and others, you have fun videos on TikTok, and you have nice pictures on Instagram, and you have like your offices, nice things, etc., how to do things on Pinterest, and you have these videos that you do regularly on YouTube so that you can then share your links on Twitter. So there's cross-pollination. So one thing is not going to be able to do it for you. Ultimately, you need to have a proper social media marketing strategic plan. People can do it, but they are now, you can ask, they talked about ChatGPT. If you go in there and just type in marketing plan for this kind of business, it will give you a sample. Then you can take it on from there. But beyond that, there are people here who have done their PhD and that's what they do. So you can reach out to them. But what is very important that I could probably end with, because I can't probably share a lot more because of time. One thing is for you to define very easily how you're going to measure the performance. The measuring of the performance will depend on what your original goals were and what objectives were. So you need to know the metrics. The reach, because you're going to spend money on this, but even if you don't spend money directly, you'll spend money on creating content. So you need to find, you can either aim for reach, you can aim for clicks. Clicks usually help you in terms of sales, lead generation, and others. Also engagement and interaction, how people respond to the things you do and how you respond to them, because this helps build relationships and connections. The hashtag performance, the hashtag is a big thing, it's a key thing in all these things that you actually do. So you should never do anything that doesn't have a hashtag. Then you're able to compare organic and paid likes and paid engagement, because that one shows you gradually, if you plot it on a graph, you'll be able to see how many people like you genuinely for who you are, and who are the prostitutes who you are paying to actually join with you. Sorry, I used the bad one. But yeah, the people you have paid to come and join with you. Then, of course, something you need to measure is sentiment. There are apps that help to do that, like Sprout
Dr.
and
30
others.
seconds.
Yeah, so you'll be able to then check the sentiments and views. As I wind up, I would say, whatever you do on social media, first of all, whichever company you have, make a promise today that you're going to be on social media. If you don't like it, maybe business is not for you because the future is really not for you. So get somebody that likes it and put them there. At least open on 3 or 4 of these platforms. What you need to always remember is this is people's time, this is people's money, they are using their own MBs. Create the glue that's going to keep them coming back every day. And they'll keep coming and you'll actually make money. Ultimately, social media can make a huge difference, can be an enabler. Now, I'll answer your question first about Galaxy and social media. Galaxy is actually a product of social media. When we came, the market was taken. It was saturated. We couldn't have made it anywhere without social media. So we came and everybody never gave us a chance. For us, we decided to be funny, we decided to be crazy, and we were bordering on edgy all the time. And that's what we pretend here. We are very serious, neckties, but clearly we are very funny. We are a country of humor. Even our parliament is just humor. Even whatever, so we are just funny people. So quickly, we dominated that space. And by the time people came to realize, so on Facebook alone, we have over 1.2 followers on Galaxy. We have over 800,000 on Instagram. We have over 1 million on TikTok. And we are dominating that space. So even those who have not listened to us, when they ask them, which station do you know, they tell them Galaxy. And that's how the money comes. So you need to ask yourself, people have sat down and created these things, these magical things called social media. What are you using it for? Are you using it to abuse people and engage and be happy about it, or stalk the man who stole your husband? Or are you using it to make money? The choice is yours. Thank you and have a great day.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nahawe. I am going to request that you listen to the next two presenters before we get questions. I would like to invite Dr. John Paul Kase. Dr. John Paul Kase holds a PhD in computer science from the UK, and also has a master's in information systems from Makerere University. He's also currently the HOD of information systems here at MOOPS. So we are trying to bring in now, we are now trying to balance the practical, field with the academia. I would really like for JK and Dr. Nahawe to listen into these two presentations before they leave. Dr. John Paul, please, you have 8 minutes. Do you have a presentation? Technical team, as Dr. JP takes his, are you going to speak from there?
Yeah, I always stand when I'm teaching. So since this is a business forum, I request to be a true panelist and sit down.
Great. You have 8 minutes.
Kindly load the slide.
Can you have his presentation very quickly?
Thank you very much, Shakila, and I'd like to thank the previous speakers. They have, I think, summarized the application of social media, and maybe as academicians, we can only put this into perspective. Social media, I think it came to be more pronounced during the COVID-19 outbreak. That even those that were not there, for some reasons, had to get on. And before we know, it became a disruptive technology. We call them disruptive technologies. Technologies that come and disrupt the traditional ways of doing things. And so is social media. Just from what JK and the doctor have said, you've seen that we have what we call now the conversion of media. Traditionally, you remember, the mobile phone came as a support for voice communication only, went into text, it progressed. Now with the social media, you have everything just on a single device. So what's the purpose of a TV if I can watch Galaxy TV on Facebook? So do I really need a TV, or I need internet access? Yeah, so you can see that it's disrupting the traditional businesses, traditional products. And in IT, we have what we call virtualization. Virtualization is where you provide it to be a service or a product without necessarily needing the hardware. Okay, so I don't need the hardware as a TV in order to watch TV. So that's the disruption. So the social media digital wave has caused what we call the internet outburst in terms of numbers. That there are several people online now, but as business people, where's the benefit? How do you gain from this? Yeah, can we make use of these numbers because they're existing? Okay, and then, so what business model can we adopt in order to benefit from these social media numbers? So the meaning of this is that we have got double-digit growth in social media users. Companies like YouTube, TikTok, and several others, their businesses have really grown out of this. Then, what I would want to flag here is the rise of the social commerce. You can see the numbers are outrageous. By 2022, Jan, the projected overall population was nearly 8 billion people. Yeah, and these were people who are, that is what we call the social people. Okay, then out of all this, all the world population, we have got people who have got now the mobile phones. And out of those, so that accounts for about 67.1 out of the total population. Okay, and then those that internet users, those are about nearly 5 billion people. But those that are now on social media are accounting to 58.4% of the total world population. So which means that the numbers are there and the people are there. So when we talk about the social commerce, we have discovered that people are interested in social media. Then can we find them there? If we're interested in making business. So social commerce is simply a concept where you will target your prospective customers from the social media platforms. Introduce the product to them, encourage them to buy it, enable them to buy it there, and then provide support from there. So what is the beauty of this? That if I'm on Instagram, I'm not getting out. The moment I finish purchasing the product, I'm back at where I saw the advert from. Okay? So what it has brought into place is what we call the shoppable ads or adverts. So the advert will come to me and I will finish all the business that I'm interested in. So it provides the buy buttons and so many other things. You've seen this. You've heard of the marketplace from Facebook. You've seen the slide up in Instagram. So the purpose for this is simply, can I do my business and complete it while I'm online? Perhaps that's a challenge for us in education. Can we do what we may call social learning as there is social commerce? That's a question for us to think about. And now, this element, or I don't know how to term it, but everybody is talking about ChatGPT as it's going to replace the professors. But is this true? It cannot happen. Simply, the role of a professor is beyond the ordinary teaching. There is knowledge creation at the back of it. What technologies do is simply to aggregate this knowledge and give it to somebody who needs it. But there is a creator at the back of it. And that's the role of a professor. So it can never transcend us. Thank you very much. There are prospects for social media. In the US market, sorry to talk about the US, you know, we don't track numbers and figures, but it's estimated by 2026 that it will lead to earnings of up to $2.9 trillion. If you put this into perspective, these are so many budgets of the Ugandan economy. And then, how does this come about? If I compare the traditional e-commerce against the social commerce, there's what we call the sales funnel or funnel or whatever. So the traditional one in the e-commerce, you have your e-commerce website, and then somebody who is interested in your product will visit that website, and then will identify a product, then put it in the cart, then check out. And after, as they check out, perhaps you give them alternative products. You have seen this if maybe if you purchase on, say, Amazon, eBay, I think even Jumia has it. And then you complete the purchase. And now social commerce compresses these 5 into 3. Yeah, I will start by going, it may not even be my intention to buy a product. The advert will find me where I am socializing, perhaps Facebook, Instagram, or name it. And then, so that forms the top of the funnel. And then in the middle, the advert will come to me through likes. Maybe a friend of mine has liked, and automatically you've seen how the social media will keep tracking. The one Dr. Nahabwe mentioned are the clicks. So they are click-aways. All this information is aggregated and sent to your friends. So through this, then I'll get an item that I'm interested in, and like I said, I will do all the transaction right from there. At the end of it, I will continue with my
Dr. JP, you
socialization.
should be winding up.
Yes. So maybe the issue that we want to talk about here to expose to everyone are the concerns. We put out information. The MD has just mentioned this. Many times we are making ourselves naked without knowing. Yeah. So there are issues of security and trust. If I'm going to buy an item from Facebook, I'm going to use my financial card. Where do I put the trust? Is it to the merchant? Is it going to be at the Facebook front? Is it at the My Banker? Where is this within this mix-up? And if anything went wrong, where do I start to push the blame? The other one is about the privacy. These are content systems. They don't create content. They simply give you a shell, and then you put all your information, and at the end of it, they seem to own it. Yeah, and that gives the birth of the several regulations. For example, I don't know if you have heard about the General Data Protection Regulation. It's a European law. Its intention is simply to regulate the use of information. And the purpose for this is simply to preserve the privacy of individuals and privacy of organizations. You've heard of the computer misuse. All these things are arising out of, maybe it could be out of negligence, it could be out of intention, but they are downfalls of social media that we need to pay respect to, such as cyberbullying. Okay? And then lastly, there is an issue of, which my panelists already mentioned here. How do you manage your social media in order to benefit from it? You've heard now new jobs have been created, social media experts, influencers. Yeah, these are people who have become professionals in social media, creating content and managing that content online. In the interest of time, this is just a summary of what the practitioners have already mentioned. How do you make your social media actionable? So I'll end up with that. And then in conclusion, I'll simply say that the digital social media wave is here. And it's upon you and me either to take it up or to leave it. But what I know about technology is the best is simply to embrace it and make better use of it. As for business, it will be for survival and sustainability. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. JP. The questions will come after this. I would like to invite Dr. Sentumbwe
who is our AI specialist. Dr. Setu, we have 8 minutes.
I thought academia, you sit, you want to be like us.
Good afternoon. I would like to defer and behave like my other two colleagues. Maybe there is something to borrow a leaf from them.
Yes.
I'm Dr. Abdul Sentumbwe Mare. My colleagues have said a lot, and as I was sitting down, I was trying to picture what angle I should really base my presentation, because they have said everything, and I've been trying to digest where I should focus and with interest of time. This conference is having a theme, learning from the unusual. The questions we did not ask. I've decided to angle my presentation or a summary within that line. The subject is digital wave of social media. I'm very sure if I ask anybody here to raise their hand who doesn't know what we are talking about, your hands will be down. I'm very sure. For the audience which is here. However, the question I have is, do we really understand what goes on really at the back? My colleagues have explained the beauty, everything. Do we have a slight guess of what really goes on at the back there? That is normally my interest, because I love software and hardware related things, how they interact and work with each other. So my interest is, why is this unusual? My take is, this unusual thing is as a result of maybe some people are not very conversant with what is happening at the back. You have Gmail, you have Facebook, you have WhatsApp. Anyone who paid for that stuff? My colleague said soon. Elon Musk had started and he backed up a bit. Has anybody paid money to join these platforms? No.
You're paying Netflix.
They pay on Netflix.
Mm.
That is if they particularly want the service. But to join the Netflix platform, you don't need to pay anything. Do you need to pay? No. Sorry? The money is paid on data. We shall go there. My point here is, we have been caught up. That is why this unusual feeling is coming up. These companies have, over time, have strategically placed themselves in quotes free. At the back, you are thinking you are joining for free, but indeed, my friends, you are not joining for free. I recall in 2000, I think 2001, I think that is when I opened up my first Yahoo email, which I'm still using, sent at yahoo.com. Imagine the amount of information Yahoo has about me since 2001. Have they paid for it? We are learning from the unusual. Those are questions. I don't know whether you asked. At that time in 2001, I did not ask that stuff. I just joined. Like also my colleagues who are here and the friends who are in the audience here, I'm very sure that is the same way you joined the Facebook. The same way you joined the WhatsApp. As somebody from the AI expert perspective, this information these companies gather in the name of free is actually gold. It is data that runs their companies. Without that data, those companies will be gone. Facebook cannot survive without data from us. You show me the angle in which Facebook can survive, unless it is going to turn into Galaxy TV or KFM. I don't see the angle in which WhatsApp is going to survive, unless they are going to turn into the other businesses. So what really happens with our data? Because that is what forms this subject we are looking at, the digital wave of social media. What really happens to our data? ChatGPT is here, and everybody is just happy, saying it is going to replace professors, it's going to replace jobs, blah, 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 blah. But my question is, where did ChatGPT get this information? It doesn't matter. The other question is, can ChatGPT engineer itself? It will need me.
Not a professor.
So,
someone who has done business.
I will be finishing my talk, I will bring in the business perspective. But I'm trying to open people's minds to see what is at the back. All the data stuff I've been talking about, all that information that has been gathered for years and years is the result, is the reason how ChatGPT has come about. But again, I go back. What goes on at the back? Anybody in the audience who knows what we call artificial intelligence or AI? Yes. AI, in just few, what do you think is AI? Non-human.
It's non-human intelligence.
Okay.
However, that non-human intelligence excites us for no good reason, because behind AI are brains of human beings who have created the AI. So to me, it's all about replacing the human intelligence, the human creativity and innovation, when actually it's the human beings who create the protocols, the softwares, etc. that drive artificial intelligence or AI. That's what the little I know as an ordinary person.
Okay, my colleague has tried to give us that beautiful explanation. I would say in simple terms, AI or artificial intelligence is technology which is meant to mimic human beings. That is in its simplest form. Just think of any area, whether it is business or which sector, just think of a way in which what goes on there done by human beings, how it can be, how that activity that is done by human beings, how it can be done by a computer. How can a computer mimic? We all know how a child or a baby learns a language. Do they just out of the womb start speaking?
Dr. Sentume, 1 minute.
I hope you are following where I'm taking you.
Yes, we are.
When a child is born, they don't speak, whether their language or whatever language you want them to speak. However, they will mimic you. Artificial intelligence, likewise, the engineers behind these so-called apps that you love a lot, they also do what we call mimicking. I'm trying to use simple words. I don't want to use the computer terms. They use your data to mimic you, to create products. They use your data. Assuming my brother Abe likes watching cartoons, and during that time, maybe children were about to go to school, and he has been watching, trying to look, searching for some stuff related with school bags, pencils, whatever, assuming. These companies' softwares that have been designed with some beautiful algorithms will be trying to look at his data. And what data is that? What he has been doing, the activity he has been doing online. And next time, maybe probably during the same time, if our brother Abe logs onto this platform, these people's platforms might think, maybe Brother Abe this time around also is looking for pencil. Using your own data, these people are in a position to recommend, suggest stuff to you. I'm sure a good number of you have been, my brother mentioned the TikTok, have used the YouTube. If for for the case of our friends, the ladies, if you are maybe expecting and you have been browsing through YouTube things related with babies, the next adverts will be about maybe Pampers, what. Those are what we call recommender systems. So the reason I'm bringing all that is that we want to break this unusual. If these were questions not asked by you, please, now they are answered. You need a slight knowing of what goes on really at the back. It is to do with your data. Don't say it is magic. It is to do with your data. Now, wrapping it up to turning this to the business forum, my colleagues have clearly stated the importance of social media. It is indeed very, very, very important. It began slowly and it has caught up with us. It is now or never. We have got to be there, but you have got to be there strategically. Me being an academician, I am not on not every platform that I'm there. For my own reasons, I have my own strategy.
You need to preach what you. How can you teach about things you're not on?
I say I want my brother to quote me properly. I am on social media, but strategically. That's why I said now I'm in the line of the business forum. I am of opinions because I have seen so many businesses on various social media where even where they do not have I would say customer base. They are just dormant there. There is nothing that is frustrating to go to a page, let us say, of Central Limited on Facebook, and there is no activity there, just because there was an urge of you being on what? On Facebook. It is a sign of unseriousness. Or because there is also YouTube. I've clicked so many companies' websites just because of interest of research. And you click YouTube and the thing takes you to YouTube, but nothing is there. Maybe they posted one video in the last 10 years. That is a sign of unseriousness. You have got to have a strategy where you have got your customer base. I know there are different companies that are on various social media platforms and they are successful. Yes, fine. But we should not just see bandwagon and go in. Me, I'm on TikTok. I'm on TikTok because my children are on whatever are showing me things. I said, how can I miss out? You show me. They brought me Snapchat. I said, okay, this is how they do the thing.
Let me have your TikTok.
I joined them.
Let me see. Just give me your phone. Give me your TikTok.
Is Dr. Sent. Search for it.
I know from there. It can't give you.
It can't search for it.
No. You see, Professor, right? I can't know your algorithm here on my phone.
No, you search
I have to see yours.
Dr. Sent. I'm there on TikTok. I cannot give you a fake account. Search for me.
I think JK wants to see your interests.
That's what I meant, because
all right, I'm going to
if
give
I
you.
follow you
I'm going
here,
to give you.
you
But
saw
most
mine,
of the-
Arsenal
most of the
women.
stuff, because I joined TikTok because of my children, the stuff there are people dancing because my children are showing me stuff to do with dancing. That is what is there. But my main platforms are normally LinkedIn. If you go there, ResearchGate, Twitter. That is because I'm looking at myself in terms of academic. But if you go to those other things, you'll be
Doctor,
seeing stuff which is not
please wind up.
academic. As I wind up, in the day-to-day age of this digital wave, we have got to double down. My colleagues and those watching us out there, if you are not on social media, you are missing out, first of all. Don't say, those things, you have got to join. The benefits have already been highlighted by my colleagues, and I do not want to repeat the same things. Maybe one thing I've forgotten to highlight is that governments are also taking interest in social media. Governments are also taking interest in social media.
They closed Facebook, but they advertise on it again.
You can see that is the powerfulness. Okay, it was closed, but people, even government bodies, continue putting stuff there, expecting that people are going to use VPN and see the information. So if government is also taking interest in social media, then what about you? Okay, what about you? So it is high time you also pay interest in these social media platforms. And the other additional thing is our colleagues here who are in the media. Most of your communications, most of the times, is in English. It would be a good idea also for you to adopt versions of different languages, maybe to the regions.
That's happening depending on the channel. If it's BTV, it has to be English. Bukede, Luganda. Galaxy mixes 60-40. So it's happening.
That is the presentation-wise, but I'm talking about the stuff you type on your platforms. Most of these platforms are presenting stuff in English. Even we are advising government also to post stuff in other languages. If not, they should come for the experts and we come up with the platforms for them that can automatically translate their English to those languages.
Professor, it's funny.
I hand over.
Most of us speak Luganda but can't read it.
Thank you, Dr.
Moderator, I would like to 1 minute to back up. You see, I would not sit down without handling my point of my brother.
JK, you have to look at Doctor's TikTok before you leave.
The reason why, and I'm requesting my colleagues also and our friends out there in the audience to take onto this as a serious note. We learn in English, but we have failed to translate our acquired knowledge to our languages. I studied from South Korea. I studied the Korean language before engaging my PhD, total of 7 years. I've at least acquired the Korean knowledge to understand a bit of what is going on there. This business of saying only English, we've got to change this. Slowly by slowly, we've got to change this.
Professor, you know.
Yes, I know the curve will take us long, but if you look at where these countries,
let me
South
tell you
Korea,
20 years.
Japan,
Let me paint the
China,
picture
where they
20
came
years.
from, if we want to catch up with these guys, we must be able to reason stuff in our own languages.
Okay.
Otherwise,
How
we
many
are
of your
going-
children
we are
speak
going to
Luganda?
we are going to continue using other people's platforms in English. Korea has got their own apps and search engines in their languages. The same thing with Russia. The same thing with Chinese. You are busy using TikTok for Chinese. They have adopted TikTok for you because you are using English. This is the time. And otherwise, we are going to be continue
Can you
caught up
respond?
with the unusual.
I thought it had 1 minute. It has ended.
Okay?
Can I just say in 20 seconds, again, 20 years ahead, and I'm saying this university, you'll be paying students to come and study here, not them paying to come and study. Number two, our children, and it's a big problem. Our children don't know our language. Maureen, do your children speak Lunyankole? No. Do your children speak mine? No. Very few villagers like him, their children will learn because even English disturbs him. So at home he speaks Lunyankole. But for us, and I can tell you, it is a big problem. You know, they used to beat us for speaking vernacular. Now we are going to beat them for speaking English. Yeah, so it's a big problem. So our culture is taken. But again, when you see Chinese, they will have one language. Tanzania will speak one language. In Uganda, you have, 60 languages. If a Mugisu is speaking, I'm totally lost. So what language are we going to focus on? Are we going to say, as East Africa, let's adopt Swahili? Now there we can communicate to everybody. But when we say, oh, Eluo wa Kopango Kope, you will not understand. So what language? And then you're speaking to, I was speaking to Bitature's daughter, Natalie, Dr. Natalie. They're like you people. She said, I said, why don't you speak Lunyankore? She said, for what? I said, in my mind, I said, okay, don't you want to be an MP? She said, for what? Where is Lunyankore going to take me? All the business things I'm talking to, my managers are white, it's all English. Why do I need Lunyankore? So we see we have a problem. And the same thing I said 20 years ahead, I can assure you, MOOPs, you will be paying students to come and study here. And it is already happening in the UK.
Thank you, JK. Thank you, my panelists, my powerful team. We are running behind schedule. Before you leave, JK, we have a very lunch which is ready for you. You cannot leave it for us. I'm going to invite only 3 questions, 1 per presenter, 1 per panelist. You already asked JK. One, please ensure that we have only 1 question per panelist. You're going to engage these powerful panelists on social media. We shall run their social media handles on the screen, then engage them. I know JK is very responsive on WhatsApp. So is
TikTok, the ladies.
Please. 1 question per presenter.
Thank you. I may not specifically specify who to answer, but this is from the learning from unusual. Indeed, what they are presented is basically unusual, as they have justified the concerns. But you know, the NDP3 is looking at transforming Uganda to the knowledge society. I wanted us to think about that. What are we sharing as we transit from information age to knowledge age? What is it that we are sharing? Is it information or is it knowledge? And if it is knowledge, is it actionable? How does it solve the current issues of poverty? How comes you have the biggest number of Ugandans that are actually watching the social media and the other things with the wide, vast knowledge, vast information? The question is, are we asking whether these technological innovations are going to allow Ugandans move out of the poverty, other than looking it from the supply side? On your side, you may be doing very well, but what about the biggest number that is watching? So how do you help NDP3 to attain its goal as part of the framework? Thank you.
Thank you. I will leave that to JK.
Do you want me to, there's so much I can tell you about this.
JK, before you answer, let us finish all the questions.
Thank you so
But
much.
that is yours.
Thank you so much.
Yes, there's another hand.
Mine,
I would like to give a lady. Are there any ladies? No ladies, my God.
Thank you so much. Mine is going to all of us here in the building. We are talking about social media and the digital wave of social media. What is the base of social media? The base of social media is the internet and the tools we use. Now, there are people back in our countryside that need to use such platforms, but the base is so expensive. Yes? The statistics show that 29.1% of the Ugandans use social media. Where is the other percentage, for God's sake? We need to make the regulators know that this thing has to go wide so that even other people in the countryside can use social media.
Thank you. I will leave that to JP. Is Dr. Kwema behind there?
Thank you so much. My question goes to JK. What makes you think, Godwin Kwema, what makes you think that after 20 years, MOOCs will be paying students to come and study? Is it theoretically grounded? Is it, are you assessing any trends, or it is because UK is doing it and you want to envision that after 20 years, the knowledge we are giving will be absolute? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kwema. There's a hand here. We shall have this gentleman. I wish there was a lady, but okay, after this gentleman, then the lady, and the theoretical question, I'll leave it to Dr. JP.
Thank you very much. I'm John Kosolo, a journalist. My question goes to Dr. Innocent. What are the negative effects on social media on families? A case in point, I follow your page, the Zina page, Galaxy FM. Prima and Geo Studies situation. I happen to work with MC Henry in Mbale, and he went for Geo Studies lady. I think they're no longer together. But when Nyege, this guy would come on stage, the MC, he's all vibe, positive vibe. But when I was doing the rounds, because I knew him personally, find a Henry, secluded, doesn't want to deal with people, I saw that it told down on him, the negative effect of that breakup. But since then, that was September last year, until now, on your page, you're still running Prima, yesterday, Prima. So just take us through that, the negative effect about on social media on families. Thank you.
Thank you. I hope the lady's question is to Dr. Sentumbwe. It's for
Dr. Kase.
okay.
The
I'll
other day
get
we
one
saw-
before I'll get one question for Dr. Sentumbwe. Yes.
We saw a Chamate kid tied on a bed and burnt to ashes. That then has moved all over. There's cyberbullying. There's loss of values. People no longer respect each other. As an academician, as a professor in ICT, how will you handle such? So that the bad morals are not like taken on. Because now other kids have learned that, hey, so you can ban somebody and kill them. Because they've seen it. Thank you.
Thank you for Dr. Sentumbwe here for the council member.
Thank you. Dr. Sentumbwe, you did say that if we are to cause change in transformation of our societies, we need to speak one language. As a doctor who had his part of his education in South Korea and investing in creating knowledge, is it in those countries, did they have many tribes as we do? For the Chinese, for the Japanese, for the French, didn't they have many languages? For me, what I would be interested in, and I think for all the people and leaders in this country, is to understand what is it that they did to come to where they are now. Because I know we are saying a lot of things to do with speaking our mother tongues, meaning, and I see this as a way of going backwards. What did those countries do to come up with one language that they speak in their own countries that has helped them in developing their technologies and so forth to get them to where they are? Thank you.
Thank you. I am going to ask the panelists 1 minute to respond. We'll start from my right, my extreme right. Yes, Yapi?
Thank you very much. I think I have three things to respond to. The colleague there mentioned about the cost of the internet, which is the basis for use of the social media. Yes, I think statistics show that we have the highest cost of internet in East Africa. But now it's upon government. You just mentioned here that government closed Facebook, but it's using it to disseminate information. So the government should know that these platforms, those technologies are here. And if they let it, I think MTN used even to run an advert that internet is a human right now. Yeah. So they can work with the service providers to bring the costs of internet down. Yeah. Simply that's what I can say. And if I'm to send any information out there, maybe in the press, my headline should be that government, please open the Facebook. Then two, somebody who was situating the Kazora's comment about paying students to do education, maybe he may correct me, but what I think he means is government will come out to make education free. And when you make education free, again, you have to facilitate the students so that they can be able to do this information. And facilitation may be a form of giving them maybe a loan, a stipend, something that has already been done through government sponsorships. Yes, it's a practice in the European world. Then Ruth talked about the bad influence coming from the social media. Yes, this is a big problem. I think Twitter was once even locked down for, there's a child, a minor, who watched a video of somebody who was depressed and wanted to commit suicide, and indicated that the next step they are going to do is simply to commit suicide. And then the person who was watching this committed suicide. So it was a big case. But now the steps taken right now is, yes, social media content is user generated, but at the back of it, there is control. There must be control. And now the policies, especially where in America, is that you do not, much as you see that you put up a tweet, and it happens immediate, but there is somebody that goes through it. It's not a person, but there are algorithms that are built. And they have got catchphrases that eliminate anything to do with playing with somebody's psychology. Yeah?
Okay.
Then there's also need for control from our regulators. Yeah? You've seen if government can lock down Facebook from the top, then this content can also be managed. And lastly is enlightening users, user sensitization. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dr. Nahawan, 1 minute, please.
Thank you. We probably needed more time to be able to handle this, so I won't lose quite a bit of time. The gentleman there was wondering about the quality of the content. Just like most of you here, you're really worried on the fickle, trivial things about the quality of the content. Morals cannot be legislated. That's why even the current ongoing conversation about homosexuality and others is in vain. You cannot regulate on how somebody enters another. You can't. So the whole thing of in 20 years, why don't the villagers, NDP too, etc. You complicate your life too much with trivial matters. What I would be worried about here, and what I would probably want people to be encourage them to focus on, is not those of our kids, etc. You are not going to stop them from seeing things simply because they will find a way. We always find a way. I actually think that when Adam was there, if nobody taught him, we always find a way to get access to information. So what we can do as brands, as SMEs, and I think what we should focus on, our headache is, for example, how do we map our terribly built spaces that we live in for you to be able to deliver to them? How do we fight the issue of the bounce rate of people who are going in and not completing the transactions they are trying to do? Of how do we make sure those of you who are building content, you're paid the same as they pay the people who are building content in the US. Our rate here for $3,000, for 3,000 views, you get $1. In the European market, you're getting upwards of 4.5 for those markets. Why is it tipped against us for the guys who are building content here? But as to whether, the world, all those things, really we are wasting our time. It's simple. I read the newspaper of the PhDs that came out of these universities. We are very proud we have done PhDs. How many of your books that you wrote for your PhD, the thesis, has anybody ever opened since you put them in that library? How many? That's what you think. So when you look at the things that you look at them and you're like saying, okay, we want to change.
They are talking about business and they've never done business.
Yes, so you're trying to improve and take people out of poverty, but the focus on the quality of the degrees, on the quality of the PhD that we are doing, on the knowledge you say, we are delivering knowledge and delivering, to what end? What knowledge are we actually delivering? And how relevant is it to the communities and the stuff we are doing? Maybe we are going to be using information and knowledge from other places. And that's why the issue of language really does not arise. As it is, these algorithms are not picking out language as language. They're picking out lines of things written in the same form, and you know it. But sometimes we waste our energy and efforts on trivial things like language, because so long as we are creating language at the radio, we are creating language every single day. We call it English.
Doctor,
We don't
let's
actually
wind up.
speak English. So as I wind up, I honestly think, and I probably will not come back here very soon, but I know there are people here who are studying things. I request that the people who are reading these faculties, the professors here, really say if you have a PhD is not helping anything sensible in this world, please leave it, not just for the sake of passing. And lastly, if we focus and we have a social, we are there on, having a company, small SME, etc., whatever you're going to do. In those spaces, what matters is what problem are you solving for the guy who is receiving this content. Everything else is noise. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Yes, JK, 1 minute, please.
Clearly innocent, you're not going to be invited here. For me, I'll have to come because I'm an OB. I know you want to do your PhD, they have chased you. And now with no reason why, now they are going to fail you. But I see some of my OBs who used to copy me, now they are professors.
Like
Please allow him. This man is brilliant. He's a billionaire. You see him here, he's a billionaire, both in ideas and in money. So let him come and do his PhD. For me, you won't because I know why, but it's okay. So you were saying, what? You know me, I forget my... I heard someone saying paying. Okay, now, I'll give you a scenario of my institute. So we have an institute, it's called Simari Institute. We are skilling. So we realize that the government is focusing and funding skilling in bricklaying, welders, farmers, carpenters. But the youth you see here of today, there is no one here who is going to go and say, be a welder or be a bricklayer. But this economy is run by service. The richest people in this world are in service business. Yeah? Providing a service. So we decided to say, okay, why don't we then teach short courses in hospitality, in tourism? For a kid to get a degree in tourism, we'll study for 3 years, it will take 4 years. But we can compact that in 6 months and the kid will be on the road and making money. The same with hospitality, a barista, I don't know, a hotel front desk. We can compact those in 6 months and the kid will be able to study. Media. For you, this guy you see to do this camera work and that guy and there, you have to go to Makerere and study 4 years. 4 goddamn years. I can teach someone to do this in 1 week. In 6 months, this guy will be a pro doing movies in Hollywood. But you have to go to Makerere. 4 years. We continue. Well, I'm coming to where you were going to 20 years where you'll be paying students. So at Samari, we decided, let's have those, including sales and marketing, so that they study for free. They are studying for free. The money is in what they do after. You understand? So if we are opening, and there are many more opening, what is going to happen in 20 years? In the UK, my sister's kid, my daughter, she has finished her PhD in Scotland. Every semester she'd finish, she was paid. And they are looking for, they want to pay them to study now. To study. You take a loan, they even, for these kids to study. Because abroad it is easy to have a job. Abroad you don't need a PhD, you can work, there's a minimum wage. I used to work at a petrol station. Select the way you see, that's what used to be my job in the UK. And I was okay, I would come to Uganda and spend money. These guys you see are spending money over summer, they are Uber drivers. Because abroad you don't need to study many things to earn money. There's minimum wage. Anybody can earn money because of service and so many things. So why would I go to Makerere to spend 4 years studying? So you understand? So the circle, and then you talked about poverty, how you can use social media to come out of poverty. Now, social media, the end game is what we call content. Content. Now, in my area, in media, content is king. Even when you die,
and go to heaven. Me, I'll have a job because I'll have to produce your content to show God, to show you how your life was on earth. So me in heaven, I am going to be employed.
Thank you, JK. Can we have the last panelist? We shall come for tips during the lunch break.
Guys, I have to go.
Okay.
My sister talked about the question is to do with cyberbullying. A little bit has been raised by my colleagues. The issue with cyberbullying is serious. However, and the issue here is we parents, sometimes there is a lot of love we give these kids of ours. You just hand over a device to her or him without taking caution. So my advice is that most of these platforms have versions for kids. There is Amazon for kids, there is YouTube for kids, and the other similar platforms. They have versions for kids. One of the mistakes we do is that the kid wants YouTube, for you just install the normal YouTube of ours. You've got to install YouTube for kids. If you are handling, you have bought this Amazon tablet for the kid, please make sure you create a parent account. There is Amazon parent family account, and you are able to control your child's Amazon on that kind of whatever Fire tablet of theirs. That is one of the ways. Otherwise, the mistake we are doing and getting this unusual scenario is that you just hand over the device, or you just install for them because they want these things. Please, you've got to control. So apart from using those versions for the kids, the other option is to control screen hours. With the grown-ups, the time you spend while you're on your laptop or desktop doing, you really feel something to do with your eyes.
Yes.
And the head.
Thank you, Doctor.
So it is important to control screen hours for your child.
Thank you. Thank
Control screen hours for your child. It is really important as part of controlling the behavior, because these things to do with social media are addictive.
Yes, I would like to stop Dr. Sentumo here. Please engage our panelists outside during the lunch break. Also, like I said, engage them on social media. They have shared with me their social media handles. I'll share with you, and then we'll run them on the screen, and then you can be able to reach out to them. I would like to, I want you to please give them a very strong round of applause for such a powerful presentation. I hope at least somebody should have picked something. They should have taken something away from this session. I would like to hand over to the session, the day manager, to let us know how to proceed.
Panelists, just a minute before you leave. Thank you very, very much, Madam Shakira, for leading us through this session. We observed that this wasn't her session, but she ably handled it. Can we thank her? I also want to thank our panelists for taking us through a very intriguing issue of social media. The debate on whether professors and MOOCs will remain relevant, will be needed in the next 20 years. To me, it's a challenge, and it takes us back to what we said in the earlier panel. Can we get away from theory and add a little more practice to the theory? Can we remain relevant? That is the only way they will still require us in this space of social media. Otherwise, trust me, they might have something they're telling us. We are going for lunch, and we are really late. So we are requesting that the next session, the panelists who are around, please be the first to be served. And then our current panelists that have handled the previous session be the next. And tentatively, we are giving ourselves an hour, but otherwise it should be 45 minutes.
Thank you. The online audience, thank you for joining us. We are taking a break and we hope that we shall be back for the afternoon session. We have a very intriguing track concerning climate. We have been through a very hot season. This one should be able to explain to us whether we shall survive the next one. Thank you.
University Business School announces the 26th Annual International Management Conference. And the 2nd of March 2023 at MOBS Main Campus, Makawa. It will be aired on all MOBS social media platforms under the theme, Learning from the Unusual, the questions we did not ask. The conference key speakers include Professor Mary Paul, +256 752 436 767 or email 26aimc@mobs.sc.ug. Makerere University Business School announces the 26th Annual International Management Conference. This will be held between the 28th of February. Makerere University Business School announces the 26th Annual International Management Conference.
Ayo. One more time, Carol. Raise it up. Go. 6. No, that's all. Right.
take you to God's place. I'm not saying it's gonna be easy, baby, but have a little faith. Cause I never leave you, no. I will be there every time you close your eyes. I will be there. I'll wake up by your side like your shadow. I will stick by you, and I'll always be around. I'm gonna stick by you. Oh, one day we're gonna have that family that we dreamed for. Two pretty little girls, one baby boy, and even one more. I take you to every city with me on a worldwide tour. Cause I never leave you. I will be there every time you close your eyes. I will be there. I'll wake up by your side like your shadow. I will stick by you. I'll always be around. I'm gonna stick by you. And this day I promise to stick by you throughout the darkness. To stick by you until the end of time. Stick by you. Even if I lose my mind, I will be there every time you close your eyes. I'll be there. I'll wake up by your side like your shadow. I will stick by you, and I'll always be around. I'm gonna stick by you. Said I'll be there every time you close your eyes, and I'll be there. I'll wake up by your side like your shadow. Oh, I'll stick by you, and I will always be around. I will stick by you. Oh, 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 yeah, 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 yes. Oh, baby. Oh, Lord. Oh, yeah, 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 yes. Oh, oh, yes. God. Oh, yeah, 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 yes.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Card number UBJ599J is blocking someone. If it's yours, kindly go and pack it well. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Card number UBJ599J, an Alphard is blocking someone. If it's yours, kindly go and pack it well. That's why I turned the yeah. Pardon? So bring the keys. Hello, 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 attention. Hello, attention. Attention here. Car UBJ 599J has a problem. The owner needs to report urgently, please. UBJ 599 car has gotten some emergency, please. The owner should report here urgently. Ladies and gentlemen, I repeat, UBJ 599J car has gotten an emergency and needs serious attention right now.
Ayo. One more time, carry on. Raise it up. Yes, sir. Stand here. Stop. 6. Down, that's all. Right. Ayo. One more time, carry on. Raise it up. Yes, sir. Step it. Stop.
Six. Members outside, we need to get in. Our panelists have another engagement shortly. So those who are done, please let's get in so that we can start. We kindly request you to get in. Thank you.
AIMC at mobs.sc.ug. Makerere University Business School announces the 26th Annual International Management Conference. This will be held between the 28th of February and the 2nd of March 2023 at MOBS main campus, Nakawa. It will be aired on all MOBS social media platforms under the theme, Learning from the Unusual, the Questions We Did Not Ask. The conference key speakers include Professor Mario Papol, Professor Waswa Balunywa, and Professor Moses Mugwezi. For more information, please call +256 752 436 767 or email 26aimc@mobs.sc.ug. Makerere University Business School announces the 26th Annual International Management Conference. This will be held between the 28th of February and the 2nd of March 2023 at MOBS main campus, Nakawa. It will be aired on all MOBS social media platforms under the theme, Learning from the Unusual, the questions we did not ask. The conference key speakers include Professor Mary Opapol, Professor Waswabalunywa, and Professor Moses Mugwezi. For more information, please call +256 752 436 767 or email 26aimc@mobs.sc.ug. Makerere University Business School announces its 26th Annual International Management Conference. Join us to listen and learn from our professional and experienced presenters who will present in different tracks on different days and moderated by different professional academicians. The academic conference on day 3, the 2nd of March 2023 will include the Business Forum. Sessions will be chaired by Professor Milbuga Atsero, and the panel moderators will include Dr. Isaac Nkote, Dr. Aaron Echer, and Dr. Susan Watungu. Makerere University Business School announces its 26th Annual International Management Conference. Join us to listen and learn from our professional and experienced presenters who will present in different tracks on different days and moderated by different professional academicians. The academic conference on day 2, the 1st of March 2023 will include the Hybrid Concepts and Practice in Finance and Accounting track, directed by Dr. Rachel Mindra Katoroko and sessions chaired by Dr. Geoffrey Nkutu, Professor Twah Kawase, Professor Mohamed Ngoma, and Professor Stephen Kundabanyang. The Green Program and Eyebrows for Energy Economics track, directed by Professor Joseph Ntai and sessions chaired by Associate Professor Sheila Namagembe and Dr. Edith Basario. Makerere University Business School announces its 26th Annual International Management Conference. Join us to listen and learn from our professional and experienced presenters who will present in different tracks on different days and moderated by different professional academicians. The academic track on day 1, 28th of February 2023 will include the Entrepreneurship, Management and Innovation track, directed by Associate Professor Ernest Abaho and Professor Sudi Nangoli as the session chair. The opening ceremony, which will be chaired by Professor Laura Orobia. The ICT and Digitalization Triggers from COVID-19 Era track, directed by Dr. Soni Nyeko, and sessions chaired by Dr. Timothy Asemo and Professor Moya Musa. Makerere University Business School announces its 26th Annual International Management Conference. Join us to listen and learn from our professional and experienced presenters.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I call upon the panelists to take their seats as we start. Our online audience, we apologize for the delay, but we are now ready to start. Panelists, please take your seats so that we can start. Thank you. Good afternoon once again. In the mid-morning afternoon session, I said I come from the communication department. So in communication, it is two-way. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. You're welcome to our second last session of the day. I believe it has been quite a day so far. We have done a lot of learning from the business side of micro and small and medium enterprises to social media. And I believe the next session we are having is something that is pertinent to our lives. Many times we don't think about our environment, we don't think about what we are doing that is going to affect our climate the next day. Before we broke off for lunch, I said we have been through a heat wave. And I am hoping that the experts we have around will try and give us tips on how we can survive or even avoid the next wave, because it hasn't been a funny one. To one extent that people have forgotten about security, they sleep at night with open windows, all in the name of comfort. But it all arises from our lack of consciousness towards the climate. So the panelists are here to engage us in things they know best. Allow me to call our moderator for panel 3, which is ending the rhetoric on climate change. Welcome, Dr. Susan Watundu, to take over the session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, the manager. I welcome you all to this session. This session okay. I've been requested to introduce myself. I'll briefly do that. My name is Dr. Susan Watundu, and I'm the head Department of Management Science in the Faculty of Economics, Energy, and Management Science. I've worked in MOOBS for over 15 years, and before I joined MOOBS, I was in the banking sector. However, after joining MOOBS, I've really enjoyed my stay here, and I can't say that I'm about to exit MOOBS. It's a place to be. It's a reality. So, our panelists, I welcome you to MOOBS, the place to be. I know we've met in earlier discussions for some of you, although others, this is the first time. So with me here, we are going to discuss about how we can end the rhetoric on climate change. What should we say or not do? What should we do? Are we taking up all decisions taken at some levels? Are we taking out our own decisions that can guide us in achieving our climate change improvement? Or do we buy everything? So before we go into details, allow me to introduce the panelists. With me here, I have 4 panelists, although expecting the 5th panelist from the Youth Go Green. You'll allow me introduce the panelists once they arrive. This panel is inclusive. With us here, we have government. It's ably represented by the Assistant Commissioner, Climate Change Department from the Ministry of Water and Environment, Mr. Bob Natif. Welcome, Mr. Bob Natif. I'll say a few things about Mr. Bob Natif. He has been in the climate space for over 8 years with a master's in climate change from the University of East Anglia, which he completed in 2016. He has been very instrumental in developing the national policies on climate change. And this, among them, is the National Climate Change Policy, the National Determined Contributions. I think you'll tell us more about that. And the National Communications Policies. Welcome, Mr. Bob Natif, to the panel. As I say that it's inclusive, we have the development partners with us here. We have Miss Gloria Namande. Welcome, Miss Gloria. Miss Gloria Namande works with the United Nations Development Program, UNDP. She's the program manager for energy and climate change, and she's a certified energy expert. She has experience in supporting government development and implementation of climate change projects, and she has specifically supported the up-to-date or revision of Uganda's nationally determined contribution. I think you can see the intersection, development partner and the government. Welcome, Ms. Gloria Namande. For inclusiveness, we have the academia. In the academia, we have Dr. Mary Nantongo. Welcome, Dr. Mary Nantongo. Dr. Mary Nantongo is a lecturer and an institutional and development economist. She's a lecturer in the Department of Economics at Makerere University Business School, and she specializes in the evaluations of social, economic, and environmental impacts of development policies, programs, and investments, as well as governance processes and interdependencies between the environment and climate, and the associated sectors of agriculture, energy, and natural resources. She has done quite some good work, research work in several developing countries, including Brazil, Cameroon, Ethiopia, Tanzania, Ghana, DR Congo, Vietnam, and Uganda. So Mary is currently actually leading an impact evaluation research project about reducing poverty among the urban poor in Uganda and evaluating the effectiveness and inclusiveness of the parish development model. She has quite a long CV, but to add on a little, she's a certified expert in applied development finance by the European Investment Bank and Global Development Network, as well as certified expert in financing nationally determined contributions of the Paris Climate Agreement by the Frankfurt School of Finance and Management. Welcome, Dr. Maria Nantongo. At the moment, be the last but not the least, we have Mr. Samuel Oksasira. Welcome, Mr. Samuel Oksasira. Mr. Samuel Oksasira is a lecturer at Makerere University Business School in the Department of Energy Science and Technology. He holds a bachelor's degree in business statistics and a Master of Science in Energy Economics and Governance, and he's a PhD student of Energy Economics, biasing his research to the energy climate nexus. Samuel is a certified carbon literate by the Carbon Literacy Trust in the UK. He founded the Green Life Network, an association that mentors and builds the capacity of university students and young professionals to become climate aware and change agents at work and in local communities. He's also a member of the International and the Uganda Association for Energy Economics and an alumnus of the Global University Climate Forum, hosted at the University of Pennsylvania in the USA. Let's welcome Mr. Samuel Oksasira. Okay, members, you can see the panel is very inclusive and inform the panelists. We have the finances in front of us. We have the managers of finances. We have the policy developers and the implementers in front of us. And we have the activists. So quite inclusive. And I know we shall enjoy the discussion. I'll request you to have your questions or your concerns written down. We shall have a discussion. This panel will take up to 1 hour, and we shall discuss for 40 minutes, 35, 40 minutes, and then we shall have question and answers for 20 minutes. Okay. So maybe to give a brief background to why we want to discuss ending the rhetoric on climate change. Globally, we know the talk and action on climate change actually has reached a fever pitch. The United Nations Climate Change Conference, or what we call the Conference of Parties, held in Egypt, 2022, in November, the COP27. It's the 27th of its kind, and it's still making binding resolutions to member states on climate change. It's time for Uganda, as a member state, to transit from talk to action. What should be the direction for Uganda? This is what we are asking ourselves. We know Uganda is diverse. It has diverse landscape, biodiversity and ecosystems. We have volcanic mountains, densely forested swamps of the Albert Nile, the rainforests, a wide range of bird species, source of the Nile, which is the longest river. We have diversity in culture and hospitable people. Nonetheless, we are the highly vulnerable country, which has been ranked the 13th most vulnerable country in the world. And this is by the Notre Dame Global Adaptation Initiative in 2021. We are ranked the 13th most vulnerable country to climate change effects due to the high poverty levels and lack of income source diversity, as well as high dependency levels on rain-fed agriculture. The examples, we all have them. We've had landslides, we have had mudslides, we have had floods. This has been prominent in the country. Recently, we have had long periods of dry spell. It's been a long dry period unexpectedly. And that makes us very vulnerable to climate change effects. We have a high dependency on the natural environment for food production, for energy, as well as for income. Okay. So the decisions that have been taken at the COP27 in Egypt, it's concluded with having new funding arrangements for assisting development countries that are particularly vulnerable to the adverse effects of climate change, including the creation of a loss and damage fund to assist such nations. So we need to find out, is Uganda looking at this fund to save us? So members of the panel, we expect to get responses from you in relation to this. So allow me start with Assistant Commissioner, Mr. Bob Natif. We know we are a signatory and we have commitments at the COP27. We know very well that we have our nationally determined contributions for us to be able to achieve the goal 13 on the climate action. So I'm asking this question in reverse. We've had the 27th of its kind. My questions, what has failed and why for the country as Uganda?
Thanks very much, Doctor, first for inviting
Can
me.
use 2 minutes.
Sorry?
You can use 2 minutes.
Thanks very much, Doctor, first for inviting me to this space. I'm always overjoyed to interact with not only academicians, but also with students. So I miss being an academic by a whisker. I wish I'd pursued my dream. Maybe I'd also be standing where you're standing. But nonetheless, it always gives me immense pleasure to have this discussion back and forth, because that's the only way that we can learn. Specific to the COP, maybe let me start by enlightening colleagues what this COP27 is all about, and I'll use half a minute. COP, Uganda as a signatory or as a party to the UNFCCC convention takes part in the yearly meetings that all the 195 nation states partake. Why? Simply because we are trying to find not only global solution, because what you agree at global level is what then you need to cascade at national level to see how you can implement various actions within your own means. So straight to the question of the failures of this. First, if you've heard that there are 194 nation states involved, I think the first key point that turns out is, if it's hard to agree with just me and Gloria here, how possible is it going to be for me to agree with 195 nation states, which are all supposed to make independent decisions based on what they are faced with? The second point is there's been a lot of talk about so many things, because when you go for that COP, there are so many agenda items that we discuss about. Agenda items ranging from financing. I'll start with financing, because I think financing is what we mostly need. As Dr. Watunda said, that we are the 13th ranked most vulnerable country. So how do you address that vulnerability? One of the key things that you are going to need is financing. And I'm not saying it's the only thing that you need, because there are also other things to do with technology that you require, for example, to capture emissions, or capacity building that you need to ensure that you can have a robust inventory that will help you develop meaningful policy formulations that work within. In terms of finance, I think it's been a horrible failure, not just on our part, but also the part at global level, where a lot of money has been promised. For example, you could have been hearing about 100 billion that was promised so many years ago. That was 2009, even before I started working in this climate space. So 100 billion promised every year to poorer countries like Uganda to access, so that they can address their vulnerabilities. So that money was supposed to come every year until 2020. The question then becomes, how much of that has come to the table, and how much of that have we been able to access? There are challenges in access, there are challenges in mobilization. I think if we had a lot of time, I would expound a little more on that. But I think the most key point here is that even if we have the most robust policy in place, as we do, I think it's becoming increasingly difficult for us to achieve our policy aspirations as they are without the requisite financing. I can give an example. In developing the national climate change policy, we postulated financing requirements to about $4 billion for the next 10 years. Now, I heard there are so many statisticians. If you do that by the current rates, that could translate to about